that time, the land of the planet was clumped together in one vast supercontinent. Dinosaurs soon occupied every corner of that world.
4-month sub-anniversary for me.
Tribune. Hello. Without a doubt, you came here today to learn about the most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet, the dinosaurs. But today, in contrast to those magnificent beasts, the creature we will be examining is admittedly less impressive, even puny in stature at less than 2 meters tall. It is the paleontologist. Normally, it is elusive, but now, using the latest in streaming technology, we can see for ourselves. Shall we?
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Feeding almost entirely on plants, it has no sharp claws or fearsome teeth.
There you go.
Being so preoccupied with the study of ancient life, the fossil scientist seems to exist only to dig up, examine, and discuss fossils.
The same dinosaur.
Although many of his kind are shy and reclusive, ours here has learned to communicate over vast distances, broadcasting his strange sounds far and wide.
Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is indeed true in human face bone, birds are dinosaurs.
His bizarre display is fascinating to watch. Creatures like this are quite rare, requiring very specific conditions to survive.
Audi. Thanks for the hydrate. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Pretty cool, right?
So that it does not die out like the fossil organisms which it studies, we must work to protect this rare and curious creature from extinction.
Well, hello, everybody. And, where's our soundboard? Why is that not working? There we go. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Really good to have you here. Happy Monday to you. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Hope you had a good Easter, if you celebrate that. And I'm glad you're here. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today. Might be starting to get sick. I don't know. I've got a sore throat, and it's not often that I get sick. Smorphosaurus, thank you for gifting Ghostly Ghoul. Appreciate you, Smorph. Thank you. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm drinking plenty of water, having some cough drops and stuff. On the rare occasion that I do get sick, it's like maybe once a year, maybe a little bit less than that. It usually starts with a sore throat. So, anyway, I'm streaming anyway. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I didn't want to miss today. We're talking about dinosaur eggs. Easter fell on a Sunday this year. Imagine that. So I didn't stream yesterday on Sunday. I don't really stream on the weekends usually. But I wanted to talk about dinosaur eggs and what kind of... You know, everybody's thinking about eggs around Easter time. So we're talking about dinosaur eggs today, and it should be a lot of fun. But let me introduce myself, especially if anybody might be new. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm glad you're here. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs, but I do. I dig up dinosaurs across the American West with various museums. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays, this is actually how I pay my bills, believe it or not. This is how I support myself and fund my research, my fieldwork, and everything else through streaming on Twitch 5 days a week. And Ghostly Ghoul, thank you for paying for that gift sub. Really appreciate that, Ghostly Ghoul. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Smorf gifted Ghostly Ghoul a sub. Ghostly Ghoul gifted a sub in turn. Thank you, thank you. It's that kind of generosity that allows me to do what I do here on Twitch, you know? Without the support of this community, I could not be here, and I wouldn't be able to do fieldwork and research and all of that good stuff. So, thank you very, very much. In a small way, you're contributing to dinosaur science, I suppose. So it's great to have you here, everybody, and, yeah. Before we get into our topic for the day, let me scroll up to the top of chat, and we've already lost the top of chat. Holy cow. But let's say hello to people who are here, and we'll get this thing kicked off. Who do we have? Kirsten Games. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Kirsten. Ghostly Ghoul. Freya Eloise. XF Kirsten. Nafron. Fall Machine. Claire Burr. How are you all doing? Great to have you here. Claire, thank you for everything you do. How was your weekend, Claire? I hope it was good. It's good to see you. And Christoph Howard, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Great to have you here. People are talking about the weather. Of course, holy cow, it is another beautiful day, as you can see here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Wow, it's just so consistent. You would think this is like pre-recorded here or something. Look at all of this. Wow. Now, jokes aside, it's been gorgeous the past few days. Like, it really feels like spring now, which is really nice. But yeah. I didn't get to spend much time outside this weekend, though, because I was working on science all weekend, working on the Spinosaur publication. So, hopefully...
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Matt M33, for those 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's on its way to getting published before I leave for the field this summer. Or submitted for publication, anyway. We'll see how long it goes through review and everything else. But yeah... Who else have we got? Neilf and Brow and Duck Admirer. How are you all doing? Welcome, welcome. And where is Sid? But why do dinosaurs lay eggs? I somehow always relate them to mammals, because of their size, probably. I know they laid eggs, but that's just something that crossed my mind. That's a great question, Sid. That is a great question. We'll be talking about that today. But dinosaurs laid eggs, basically because their ancestors laid eggs. Their ancestors, which are, you know, more basal archosaurs. And then dinosaurs' descendants today. The creatures that evolved from dinosaurs, who are themselves dinosaurs too. What we call birds also lay eggs today. There is not a single species of bird that gives birth to live young. They all lay eggs. And as far as we know, all dinosaurs laid eggs too. And it's actually like a crucial part of the puzzle if we want to understand these creatures as once living animals. We have to understand where they come from. So that's what we're talking about today. Sid, excellent question. We'll go into detail about that. And Golganek, thank you for those 300 bits. I really appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Let's see here. Aditya, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you. I'm trying to cruise through pretty quickly here. Did you hear that in January? I did hear about the DT, yeah. Yeah, I think we covered that. Those, dinosaur eggs from India, very cool. There are so many cool dinosaur sites in India, and we really need more paleontologists to go out there and collect dinosaur fossils. A lot of really important dinosaur sites are basically just getting filled in as garbage dumps, unfortunately, from what I've heard. So yeah. And Cephalon wolf,
25 feet long, weighing 4 tons.
6 months too.
He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Someone complimented my parking today. They left a sweet note on my windshield that said, "Parking fine."
Good for you, Cephalon wolf. Thank you for paying that forward, I guess. Thank you for the 6 months of support, Cephalon wolf. I appreciate you and your puns. Thanks for being here, Cephalon wolf. Thanks for your support. It really does mean a lot to me. Yeah. All right, scrolling down, trying to catch up to the bottom of chat. Yeah. And Fall Machine says, next time I'm in the Bay Area, I will be expecting to see a giant face hovering above that bridge, says Fall Machine. You mean here? Yeah. Not actually over the bridge. It's an optical illusion. I'm actually over the Marin Headlands right here. See? See how my chin is behind this peak right here? Yeah. So I'm actually much further away, but as a consequence, much, much larger. Does that make sense? Yeah. Danny is egging us on, trying to, Smorphosaurus. Yeah. And, who else do we have got? I think I saw a... Where's that comment from? The chat is moving too fast. Rex, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, says, hi, Danny. How are you doing today? I'm doing okay. I'm not feeling like myself 100% right now. Got a bit of a sore throat, which is a bad sign. I might be coming down with my bi-yearly sickness. Although, I don't know. Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and I'll be totally fine. Cross your fingers. But yeah. Rex says, in my zoology class... You've got a zoology class? That's super cool. I've never taken a zoology class my whole life. We're learning about reptiles, and before my spring break, we did a whole lesson on prehistoric turtles. Very cool. Very neat, Rex. I'm glad you get to do that. And thank you, Matt M33, for 5 gift subs right there.
Matt M33 really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Matt. That is excellent stuff. Thanks to you, there are now 5 people in chat who will no longer have to watch any ads for the next 30 days, which is great. So thank you, Matt M33, for your support and your generosity. You know I appreciate it. Thank you. And we're creeping up to a level 2 hype train. You know the rules. If we get to a level 5, I'll play some ukulele songs. Let's see if we get there. Yeah. All right, scrolling down. And Lord Caffeine says, would the eggs be hard shell or would they be soft shell in some cases? Splendid question. This actually gets back to one of the first news stories I ever covered here on Paleontologizing back in 2020. Some dinosaurs laid soft-shelled eggs. Some of them laid hard-shelled eggs. We'll talk about which ones and why in a little bit. And Nejven, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Eddie Scarin, how are you doing? Welcome. Gita, aloha. Aloha to you, Gita. How are you? Lenina, thank you for everything you do, Lenina. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. It's good to see you. Hope you and Blue are doing well. Yeah. And not enough hydrate, says Wet Duke. Well, let me drink some water right now. And Hogan's here, too. How are you doing, Hogan? I'm glad you've returned. How are things? Hope you're doing well. Regent Gazelle, hello to you. Hope all is good. Yeah. And yesterday I found out I'm a dinosaur. Really? Tactile 3D picture. My son gave me a dinosaur egg and said you're getting really old like a dinosaur. Well, there are creatures even older than dinosaurs, tactile 3D picture. Some creatures that you might see in the fossil record and say, well, that looks very much like a modern shark or cockroach or fern, or there's a myriad of other examples. Horseshoe crabs are kind of one of the classic ones you always see in textbooks and stuff. Yeah. You prefer your eggs medium, says Hans Sanitizer. Well, there were dinosaurs that laid small eggs, large eggs, and medium eggs.
We alone are the only species.
And Dinosaur Dave.
And appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Appreciate you, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
I am at 20 bills for my Lego Natural History book.
Ah.
Of the month count. Images in the Discord.
Very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Congratulations. That's awesome. I need to take a look at those one of these days. And also, the next time we talk about Alverosaurs on stream, I'll see if maybe I can put together your Trurarchunkus model that you sent me. Yeah. We still haven't done that, but I'm going to get around to it eventually, Dinosaur Dave. And maybe it'll be around the same time that we talk about the Trurarchunkus model that I'm going to 3D print, that I'm sculpting right now. And Hogan, thank you for the 300 bits. Appreciate that very much. And yep, we're on our way to a level 3 now. Very nice. Yeah. Miss Yvette, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And you're working on an emu. Very nice, Dinosaur Dave. Very nice. Here, you keep an eye on my 3D printer. I gotta check on something real quick. Ah, there we go. Nice. I'm glad the camera is working again for this. But now something else stopped working. I need like a new card for my computer. New USB card, I think, for the motherboard. And thank you, Smorf, for gifting Miss Yvette. I appreciate that, Smorf. Thank you, Smorf. I really appreciate that. And holy cow. My goodness. Dinosaur Dave. Getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
The Dinosaur Dave is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
The Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for those 5 gift subs, Dinosaur Dave. Really appreciate it. Oh, that was 4. That's 5. Excellent. Dinosaur Dave, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Look, we're creeping up to a level 4. We might have some ukulele at the beginning of stream. That'd be excellent. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And, look, we're at 17 out of 50 gift subs already. Or subs, you know, new subs. For this Monday. Beautiful. Thank you very, very much for your support, everybody. Again, we get to a level 5 here. And, Gita Aloha, thank you very much for those 300 bits. Really appreciate it. And, Dinosaur Dave.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Miss Yvette, for those 100 bits. Really appreciate that, too. And Dinosaur Dave gifted another sub, but for whatever reason, the alert didn't pop up there. But thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for gifting Hans Sanitizer. I appreciate it. Yeah. And Hans says, that looks like a non-standard build plate. No, that's the one that came with my Prusa printer. Yeah. It's a heated bed. So it actually, you don't need to spray adhesive or anything. In fact, they tell you not to spray adhesive on it. But yeah. Yeah. Man, I had so much trouble with this thing this weekend, but I was able to resolve it, and now we're currently printing a life-size Allosaurus skull. Piece by piece. This one piece was actually slightly too big to fit on the print bed. But yeah. There we go. It is gonna be humongo when it's done, like a meter long, life-size pretty much full-grown Allosaurus skull. Pretty much full-grown, I don't know. Allosaurus probably got bigger than we realize. But anyway, I'm printing part of the lower jaw right now. In fact, I think it is this piece right here. Sort of, you know, proximal part of the dendary right there. So yeah, yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's going to be really neat when it's done. And it's going to be a long time till it's done. Holy cow, Victorious is winning there with those 5 gift subs. Thank you, Victorious.
Victorious is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
I really appreciate that, Victorious. Thank you, thank you. Holy moly, that is extraordinary. Really appreciate it. Level 4 complete. Wow, we are on our way to a level 5. If we get to that, we will, well, we'll have some ukulele songs. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. And, Hogan says, what kind of problems do you normally have with a 3D printer? Hogan, oh man, what? There's just it's a complicated... You've got, like, multiple axes, any one of which can become misaligned. You know, the X-axis, the Y-axis, the Z-axis. You can get filament that clogs the nozzle, or the nozzle gets dirty, or, like, it's not extruding properly. But the most common problems that I get is that the print just doesn't really adhere to the bed properly, or the filament... I don't know, I guess I had the nozzle set too high. So my Z-axis was off by a little bit. So little fringes would come up, and then the extruder nozzle would come by and get caught on those and tear it off of the print bed. And then you just end up with a rat's nest of filament underneath unless you stop it. So yeah, I don't know. I also tried a new kind of clear filament over the weekend, and it didn't work out super well. It took a lot of fiddling with. And like with each kind of filament, you've got to kind of recalibrate the printer. You've got to like change your settings and stuff like that, and just kind of fine tune it. You know? Yeah. It's an art. So yeah, is the printer noisy? Not really, no. No. It's maybe about the same noise level as like it's quieter than like a home printer if you're gonna like, you know, print out your tax forms or something. If you're printing on paper, it's quieter than a printer like that for sure. Yeah. And Han says increase first layer extrusion width. That's what I had to do. And also the speed I had to drop and the temperature I had to turn up. And then I had to put rafts, or what they call, in Prusa Slicer, they call it a brim around the print. And I had to do that, and that solved it. So yeah. 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 I use robots similar to that just about every day. I use welding robots, and they have similar problems. It's a similar kind of thing. Hogan, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because, you know, they're working on right angles. And you've got 3 axes, you know. X, Y, and Z. And, yeah. Anyway. Happy late Easter to anybody who celebrates today. Of course, we're going to be talking about dinosaur eggs. And, yeah. Wanted to fill you in on a really exciting discovery that happened back in the 1990s. Where was that? Hang on a minute. But dinosaur eggs are one of these things that just fascinates the general public, and I think it's because we're used to thinking of dinosaurs as these big, formidable, fearsome creatures. So to imagine them hatching out of a little egg kind of makes them more relatable in an interesting way. And so you see them pop up all over the place in popular culture. Case in point, right here.
We've got an amazing 70-million-year-old dinosaur egg, and they're perfectly preserved. Cool!
You'll love Quaker Instant Oatmeal Dinosaur Eggs. When you dig in, you'll watch the eggs hatch into dinosaurs right in your bowl. And the delicious brown sugar taste of Quaker Dinosaur Eggs is part of this balanced breakfast.
I would sometimes have these when I was a kid.
And we ate it in 30 seconds.
Quaker Dinosaur Eggs Oatmeal.
Just the, like, parody of what paleontologists... I mean, I guess I wear shorts, too. I don't know. I never wear, like, a photographer's vest, though. Fisherman's vest, whatever. But, when you start talking about dinosaur eggs, people are fascinated by that. People who might, you know, not be the least bit interested if you're talking about, I don't know, the taxonomy of pseudotsuchians, or, you know, the evolution of brontotheres or something like that. Their eyes kind of glaze over. But you start talking about dinosaur eggs. And people have all kinds of questions. Their eyes light up. Dinosaur eggs are one of these topics that are just... We'll be talking about why today. And, we'll also be talking about some new discoveries, relatively new, within the last 5 years or so, about dinosaur eggshell coloration. And how many of the vibrant colors that you see in modern bird eggs... Shoot, we can tell that a lot of dinosaurs had similarly colored eggs back during the Mesozoic. And I'm not talking about stripes and polka dots and stuff like that. I'm just talking about, you know, vibrant blues and greens and etc. So yeah. But yeah. And where is Sid? So were there any predators who used to eat dinosaur eggs? Yes, actually. And not all of them were dinosaurs. Let me show you. There we go. This is from February of 2015. Studying fossils. Snake eating baby dinosaur. There is a fossil snake preserved in the nest of a titanosaur. Titanosaurs are kind of sauropod, these long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. Like Apatosaurus, Brachiosaurus, Diplodocus, etc. Yeah. Unlike some dinosaurs, the giant long-necked sauropods did not care for their eggs, or at least they didn't sit on them and brood them, at least. Adults have never been found near nests, so it seems that sauropod hatchlings had to fend for themselves from the start. It could also just be that adult sauropods, the ones who were laying the eggs, the taphonomy to preserve them is going to be very different from what you have for preserving eggs, so even if there were eggs at a site, they're not likely to be preserved together. Anyway, that left the way clear for predators to feast on them as they emerge. One of these predators was a 3.5-meter-long snake called Sonaja indicus. Towards the end of the age of dinosaurs, one decided to raid a nest of sauropod eggs, perhaps attracted by the noise of hatchlings breaking out of their shells. I doubt that. Snakes don't have particularly good hearing. It's probably more smell. Sonaja could not open its mouth wide like a modern egg eaters and other snakes, says Jeffrey Wilson of the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, who helped describe the fossil. The eggs were 14 centimeters wide, so the snake could not down them whole, nor break the shells, which were over 2 millimeters thick. But I guess it could go after the babies. Yeah. And here is that paper right there, if you'd like to read it. Pretty interesting stuff. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. And Tactile, you're right. Snakes feel and hear vibrations through the ground. Yeah. Snakes don't have external ears. They don't have an ear opening. So the way that they hear is through feeling vibrations through their lower jaw, which is on the ground. So yeah. And where Sid says, super interesting. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you think so. Yeah. I think we've got some cool figures in here. So I will show you. Yep. This is the fossil snake right there, and there are some eggs. You can see the lower jaw right here with the teeth. This is the skull. This actually looks like we're looking at the top of the skull right here. This would be the front, and this is the back. And there's that string of vertebrae kind of curling around there. Yeah. Pretty neat. It was collected at Doli Dungri in India. Yeah, and the egg genus is Megalolithus. So we've got different names for different shapes of dinosaur eggs. And it can be really difficult to try and match an actual egg shape to an actual dinosaur, except in a few cases that we'll talk about today. Oh yeah, yeah. Snake Dinosaur Association. Pretty cool, and this is a diagram showing that. So like I said, there's the skull, that's the nose, that's that lower jaw with the teeth, back of the head up here, and then this is cool because it actually shows like how it loops around. And there is a baby titanosaur right there. So this is an explanatory diagram for this photo right here. So, baby titanosaur, got your snake, and then there's another egg over here. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. Neat stuff. So yeah, this was a snake that would have eaten, well, I guess it tried to eat a baby dinosaur and became dead in the process. And that's how we know about it. Yeah. Baby dinosaur also, unfortunately, became dead. But these creatures are... It's like they live again through our study of them. And that's pretty cool. You know, people say that paleontology, maybe dinosaur paleontology in particular, is like the opposite of big game hunting. You know, rather than you know, killing big, majestic, beautiful animals and thus bringing their species closer to extinction. Instead, it's like we're resurrecting these extinct, beautiful, gargantuan animals. Kind of giving them a second life. Pretty neat. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Hogan says, do they also feel vibrations to their belly because they sit on the ground? Snakes? I don't think so. I think it's all through the head. Because I'm sure they can feel vibrations if they're really pronounced. But the hearing part, they're using some of the same gear. They might still have some of the same, like, apparatus for hearing in their head, but they don't have an external ear. Instead, they're picking up those vibrations not through the air, but through the ground, through that lower jaw. In fact, let's look up a video on that. I betcha we can find something cool to explain this. How do snakes hear? Good vibrations, yes indeed, Miss Yvette. Yeah. Very nice. And whereas Sid says, so interesting how nature protected those eggs by making the shells 2 millimeters thick. That's not because of snakes, though. It's not like the sauropods were going, how do we keep snakes from eating our eggs? Let's make the shells thicker. Like, no, if the egg is big, it's got to have a big, thick shell in order to keep from collapsing. If you made a sauropod egg with, like, a chicken eggshell thickness, the thing would just smush. Gravity, it would just collapse it. It's got to have a big, thick shell in order to just maintain structural integrity. So, yeah. Let's see here. I'm trying to find a decent video here. This one's 18 minutes long. This one's 7. Our snake's deaf. Do snakes have ears? You know what? Let's try this one.
G'day. It's Nick here.
G'day.
And today, we want to tackle a bit of a topic, and that's whether or not snakes are deaf. So stay tuned, guys. we're having another talk about snakes.
Pretty dangerous. For more wicked wildlife encounters, this is Tully, our resident
Hang on a minute. Was that a bilby right there? I almost forgot. We're going to talk about bilbies after this. Ah! I got distracted with the question, but yeah. Is that a bilby? It looked like a bilby. Alright, this is a long intro.
The vast majority of people have considered snakes to be completely deaf. In fact, this guy here, the death adder, was originally called by early settlers the deaf adder. And the reason being...
It's because I had a speech impediment. Now, what is the reason?
Was basically he didn't seem to move out of the way, people would step on him, and they'd be convinced he mustn't have heard me coming. So this guy doesn't actually hear any better or worse than any other Australian snake, as far as we can tell. But was stepped on more because he camouflaged so well that he thought that, you know, you're going to walk past me, I don't have to run for it.
Yeah, a lot of snakes will do that. Will just freeze. A lot of animals will do that, actually. Where, you know, you get near them, and they just freeze. Some animals will do the opposite. Rattlesnakes will rattle to let you know that they're there, so they don't get stepped on, and they don't have to waste venom on biting you, you know? And creatures like mourning doves... Mourning doves? Prairie doves? I think were they mourning doves? The ones that, we called them, they were like landmines in the field. Would be out prospecting for fossils, and, you're just kind of walking through the sagebrush, and suddenly, boom! A dove that you didn't even know was there just makes a big ruckus and starts flapping around. And, you know, I bet you I can find you a video of that. We're going deeper down the rabbit hole here. Let's see. How do I search for that? Let's try this. Yeah. So the doves that I would encounter out in Montana, out on the Badlands or on the prairie, first of all, they really try to startle you to get your attention, and then they just do a lot of flopping around. They go, oh, I'm so injured. It's like they're in a soccer game. Oh, ref, look at me, look at me. They're just flopping around all over the place, and it's because she's got a nest with either eggs or maybe babies right there, and she doesn't want you to find it. So she distracts you and she leads you away. If you're, say, a coyote or, you know, a mountain lion or something like that, and you're walking around, rather than finding the nest and eating her baby, she tries to lure you away. She goes, oh, look how injured I am. Oh, ref, look at me. And then you follow her for a little while, and then once she's determined that, like, oh, you're far away enough from the nest, then she'll just fly back like normal. And hence, she's protected her nest. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. So, there's a number of different birds that do this. Apparently, killdeer do the same thing.
All right, this little bird I was just doing, she came all the way out of her nest at me to try to keep me away from her eggs. And I don't remember where her eggs are at now. They're back here somewhere. That's where I spot them while I'm filming her.
This is a killdeer right here. And watch. She's going to pretend to be injured.
I'm not gonna.
She's faking a limp right here.
I'm not gonna bother you.
Yeah. Killdeer do this all the time in Texas. There you go, Celestian. Yeah. Yeah,
Really,
pretty cool.
She's leading me away from her. Check her out, though.
She's like, come here. Come eat me. I'm so injured.
Let's leave it there. Off she goes.
Oh no, look at me. I can't even stand up.
It's a killdeer. That's what they're called.
Yeah.
She's acting lamb-handed so she can lure you away from her nest.
Pretty cool how birds do this. It's pretty neat. Hockey players do the same thing, apparently. Yeah.
Mike Ribeiro collides with Mike Knuble. Ribeiro goes down and is writhing in pain. He'd be okay.
So it's kind of like this. Yeah.
Video fell. Looking good.
Oh, man. Yeah, I suppose in this case they're trying to direct the ref's attention away from a different kind of egg, like right there. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. Anyway, back to snakes and whether or not they're deaf, because they're not.
But it does raise a good question, and that's whether or not snakes can actually hear us. So the reason for the thinking that snakes are completely deaf is the fact that they actually lack external ears. They don't have any holes on the side of their heads like us and birds and most other mammals and reptiles do. But what they do have is internal ears, just like us and other animals.
Like I was telling you, yeah.
The difference with that is, in case of us, the inner and the external ear is separated by an eardrum. And that's what picks up vibration and basically turns that into sound in our minds. While the snakes don't have this eardrum, their inner ear is connected directly to their jawbone. Which
like
is
I was telling you.
These guys are known to feel vibrations as their jaw is sitting on the ground.
Bingo.
Their jaw picks up a vibration. That's attached to their ear. And inside their brain, it's turned into sound. So we do know that snakes can hear something. But the big question for a long time is these guys have been able to hear airborne sound. And that's something that people have needed to look a little bit further into. So scientists have done several studies on snakes' ability to hear airborne sound, mostly involving two species, which is the ball python and the western diamondback rattlesnake. And what they've found is snakes can definitely pick up certain airborne noises, but it's within a very narrow window. Now, the way that we measure sound is in two different ways. The first one's decibels, which is how loud or how...
Yeah, anyway, I'll give you the link to this so you can watch the remainder of it if you would like. But yeah, Where is Sid's got a question. What is the average incubation period for dinosaur eggs? That would depend. Yeah, on a few different things. Shoot. Depends on which kind of dinosaur you're talking about. And it also probably depends on how that dinosaur is doing. Like... Well, actually, no, that would be more like time in between laying different clutches. But yeah, the incubation time is probably a good... Probably a lot longer than most birds. Yeah. At least on par with like an emu or an ostrich or something like that for most dinosaurs. But for smaller dinosaurs, it would probably be a lot shorter. Yeah, it's a really good question. I've never really worked on dinosaur eggs, but I had a lot of friends and colleagues who did do that back in Montana. My undergrad advisor, Dave Verricchio, he's kind of an authority on dinosaur eggs and reproduction. And I can actually show you a paper. Let's see. Is this it here? Nope, that's not it. No, is this it? Maybe it is. No, I think it is. An intermediate incubation period in primitive brooding in a theropod dinosaur. Yeah. No, actually, this is not it. But we can take a look anyway, because it does deal with what we're talking about here. Ah, my throat hurts. And what size? I think this is probably for Troodon here. Yep, Troodon formosus. Who, it's about the size of an emu. Yeah. Although some Troodon specimens are larger. Anyway, yeah, that's Sauronithoides, which is kind of a more slender relative of Troodon. But you get the idea. Yeah. Not the size of a large dog. Or maybe a rhea. A small rhea. Something like that. So yeah. Yeah. I'm very funny, Hogan. Yeah. Anyway. Troodon. There's some really big examples of troodontid teeth from, like, the North Slope of Alaska, and these animals might have been much bigger than this, like 20 feet long. But the ones that we have from Montana, and I guess from southern Canada, are a bit smaller than that. So, yeah. But this is pretty cool. I really want to do an illustration for Dave. Oh, there's the figure right there. Yeah. This is a really simple figure that Dave wanted me to put together. This is what we call a phylogeny, an evolutionary family tree. Theropods are dinosaurs that walked on two legs, and they were mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. All meat-eating dinosaurs are theropods, but some theropods later evolved to eat plants. Does that make sense? It's kind of like how all toads are frogs, but not all frogs are toads. All theropods, or all meat-eating dinosaurs are theropods, but not all theropods ate meat. Anyway, then you get into Maniraptora. This is the group that includes birds on the end, but it also includes dinosaurs like Velociraptor, Troodon, and Therizinosaurs, and Oviraptorosaurs, like these guys. We'll be seeing more of them later on in this broadcast. Then you've got Troodon up here, and then you've got birds. Troodon and the other troodontids are considered some of the closest relatives of birds. So yeah. There is a chance, actually, that birds first evolve here, and all these guys are descendants of birds. But the fossil record's so hazy that it's really difficult to tell. Anyway, yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Jody Fish, I think, yeah, Formosus, well-formed or handsome? That's what that means, Jody Fish, yeah. Yeah. Which dinosaur had the biggest egg and which had the smallest? Freya, it depends. Here, I'll give you this link right here if you want to know more about... There we go. Oops, sorry, never mind. Nope. Forget that. Here's the link right here. Copy link address. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, the really cool thing about this paper is that these authors are able to figure out yeah, how they actually produced their eggs, what the eggshell actually looked like, its microstructure and everything. And they're able to estimate incubation period for Troodon by examining a near-term embryonic tooth, which is super, super cool. By looking at the growth inside of this tooth, they're able to figure out how long was that embryo in the egg for before it hatched. This one didn't hatch, obviously, because it's been fossilized. But yeah. Synchrotron scanning and histological thin sections allowed counting of daily von Ebner growth lines. The tooth preserves 31 intact lines with an average spacing of 3.3 plus or minus 0.96 micrometers. Adding 8 more for the missing crown tip, it goes a total age of 39 days. Modern crocodilians begin to establish their functional dentition approximately 47% through incubation. So as the embryo is growing inside, you know, it doesn't start off with teeth, obviously. It starts off as just a tiny little cluster of cells, and then it grows and grows and grows, and then it acquires teeth at some point along there. They're saying for crocodiles it's about 47% through incubation. Apologies. A little under the weather today. Thus, this tooth age suggests a Troodon incubation period of 74 days, falling midway between avian and reptilian values predicted by the Troodon egg mass. Pretty cool. So they're saying, if we're just going to look at the size of the egg and try and calculate how long it would take to incubate based on the size, here's the number that we would get. We test that idea by looking at the growth lines in the teeth of the embryo, and it falls within that same range. So that prediction seems to have, yeah, seems to work. Pretty cool. Yeah. Pretty neat. Yeah, an accelerated incubation relative to modern reptiles supports brooding and occurs with a suite of features in oviraptorosaurs and troodontids. Really, really neat stuff. And again, here is that link. If you'd like to read this paper, it is open access, which we all love here. No paywall. Good stuff. So yeah. And which dinosaur had the smallest eggs? I can show you which dinosaur has the smallest eggs. And these are remarkably well preserved. Anybody want to guess what dinosaur those eggs are from? What do you think, chat? It is indeed the hummingbird, yes. I don't know which hummingbird species has the smallest eggs. I would guess it's the smallest hummingbird. The bee hummingbird, Melissuga helenae. But I don't know. Here, let's watch a video of some hummingbird eggs hatching. We're not going to have any sound. It's too small, so we'll put the music back on. And there's Mama or Papa there. Pretty cool. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. So, the adult hummingbirds will actually feed the babies. They won't feed them nectar, as I understand it. They have to feed them, like, higher protein stuff. So they'll go out and catch bugs and spiders and stuff like that for them. And that's what they'll feed to their babies. Which is pretty neat. Yeah, and hummingbird nests are a marvel. They really are, Fall Machine. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah. And welcome back, Kirsten. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. What do baby hummingbirds eat? Let's try this with sound. What a super cozy nest. So they actually make their nests out of spider webs and lichen, if I remember correctly, which is pretty neat. And Rar, that is super awesome. You got to see that up close? That's very, very cool. Holy moly. Yeah. Timber Time says, what's the evidence that tells us that all dinosaurs laid eggs and there was no chance of having any live births? Well, because we now have we have eggs for every major group of dinosaurs. Up until just a few years ago, oh, look at him get fed. That's super cool. Up until just a few years ago, we thought that maybe certain groups of dinosaurs did not lay eggs. Maybe ceratopsian dinosaurs and ankylosaurs, maybe they gave birth to live young because nobody had ever found their eggs before. But now we have eggs from each of those groups. So as far as we know, all dinosaurs, all species of dinosaurs laid eggs. And the EPB is one of those things that, yeah, what we call the extant phylogenetic bracket. If there's something that we don't know about dinosaurs, but we want to make a kind of an educated inference, we can use this. This is called the extant phylogenetic bracket. I'll annotate this real quick. Here we go. Oh. Come on now. Yeah. The extant, phylogenetic bracket, or EPB. And I don't know why I had to write that. It's pretty simple. It's just, we look at dinosaurs' closest living relatives. If there's something that we don't know for dinosaurs, then it's something that maybe doesn't fossilize, or we haven't found fossils of it yet. But we want to figure out, did dinosaurs have color vision? Did they, I don't know. Say you want to figure out, did dinosaurs dream when they went to sleep? Like, well, shoot, dreams don't fossilize. I don't know if there's anything in a brain case that would tell you whether or not an animal is capable of dreaming. But we do have 2 modern groups that we can actually run tests on and figure it out for them. We can figure it out for birds, and we can figure it out for crocodiles. So that'll give us a good clue about dinosaurs, because they're in between here. Birds are living dinosaurs up here. Really, it should be like... Shoot, if I had to make a better version of this. But it should really go like this to get to birds. Like, yeah, or I don't know. Maybe like this. Dinosaurs, and then birds come from dinosaurs, or something like that. But anyway. And then we look at crocodiles, too. Crocodiles are like the cousins of dinosaurs. Like, distant cousins. And, yeah. Both birds and crocodiles lay eggs. There's no living groups of crocodiles that give birth to live young. There's no living birds that give birth to live young either. So it stands to reason that dinosaurs, that should kind of be our default assumption, is that they laid eggs. That dinosaurs laid eggs. And lucky for us, we found many, many, many dinosaur eggs from every major group of dinosaurs. Is there a chance that maybe there was a species of dinosaur here or there that developed live birth? I suppose it's possible. But we don't have any reason to think that that's the case yet. You know? That'd be a huge discovery if we found, like, embryos inside of a dinosaur. It hasn't happened yet. We've got no reason to think it will happen. But you never know. It could happen. Yeah. Yeah. And A, it's the beer ad. Even woolly mammoths? What do you mean woolly mammoths? Woolly mammoths are not dinosaurs. They're mammals. Mammoths are kind of elephant. Yeah, totally different from dinosaurs. Yeah. So here. That's not what I'm looking for. Shoot. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, so here's a kind of a graphically explanation of what is a dinosaur and what is not. So mammoths would be down here. Make that blue just so it stands out. There we go. Mammoths would be here in modern mammals. Dinosaurs... Dinosaurs start right here. So this is how we classify living things as scientists. It's based on who their ancestors are. If you evolved from an ancestor, you're part of that group. You know, you can think of life on Earth as this big branching tree with all these different branches, and like the leaves on them are like species, I guess. Or sort of. And the analogy doesn't make 100% sense. But anyway, dinosaurs begin right here. So if you are asking if a particular creature is a dinosaur, it is a dinosaur if it evolved from this ancestor. So everything that evolves from that, basically all of these guys, are dinosaurs. And that includes the birds up here. This is why we say that birds are dinosaurs. It's because birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. Mammoths are not part of this. Mammoths are a kind of mammal, just like us. So they're way down here. And they evolved from, yeah, synapsids down here. Likewise, crocodiles are not dinosaurs, because they don't come from that dinosaur ancestor there at the beginning. So basically, everything that evolved from the first dinosaur is a dinosaur. Anything from before then, from a different ancestor, not a dinosaur. Does that make sense? I hope it does. So yeah. Yeah. And Freya says, but what if they evolved to have that ability over time and originally dinosaurs couldn't dream or do something else that modern birds, crocodiles can do? That happens on occasion, Freya Eloise, yeah. Yeah, you can get weird what we call atapomorphic traits that develop. Yeah, the EPB, like I was talking about earlier, this is, you know, it's like a thought experiment kind of deal. It doesn't work for everything, you know? Like we were talking about this last Monday when we were talking about whether or not dinosaurs like T-Rex had lips. You know, crocodiles don't have lips. Birds certainly don't have lips. So why would we think that dinosaurs had kind of lizardy lips? You know, like you would see on a, like on a Komodo dragon, you know? This is the kind of lips we're talking about. For a long time, dinosaurs were illustrated, especially dinosaurs like T-Rex were illustrated without lips like this, which, you know, it would make sense if you're going purely by the EPB, but morphological evidence seems to show that these animals probably did have some kind of Komodo dragon type lips that kind of covered up their teeth until it's too late, you know? So yeah, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Hogan, shh, don't give that away. We're gonna talk about that in a bit. With, Overraptor, yeah. What's the coolest thing I've ever dug up? Oh, shoot. Delta 9, that's a great question. This would be right up close to the top of the list. So that's a 3D print of the world's smallest and youngest juvenile Tyrannosaurus skeleton. And that's based, in large part, well, the skull at least, on the skull of Chomper Rex that we were digging up back in 2013 and 2014. The world's smallest and youngest baby T-Rex. That's a really cool thing that I got to dig up. I also got to dig up a new species of Triceratops, which hasn't been named yet still, but the Yoshi's Trike specimen MOR 3027. That's a really cool one too. That's one of the first dinosaurs I ever got to dig up. And then, shoot, what else? New species of Ankylosaur in northern Montana. Not published yet, but will be soon. Let's hope. A Leptoceratops bone bed. A new species of ceratopsian dinosaur. I don't know, it's hard to choose. I'd say that's my favorite though, probably. The new species of ceratopsian was pretty cool. Yeah. Although the Leptoceratops site also very cool. I don't know. It's hard to pick, you know? Yeah. But yeah, yeah. And Claire says, please post link to his to this graphic? You mean this one, Claire? There you go. Yeah. You're welcome, Claire. Yeah. Let's see. And is this graphic available anywhere? Yeah, this one is. You can get this as a poster. Yeah, here. Let me find it. Because it is really well done.
Serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
And thank you, Sophia Borobola. Appreciate your follow, Sophia. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. There we are. I'm trying to reverse Google image search this so that there we go. Yeah. Cladogram I made. Hopefully it is useful for explaining dinosaurs to the ordinary person. There you go. And you can get that here at 252mya.com. Very cool. Very nice. What is a dinosaur poster? Really neat. Yeah. Good stuff. So yeah. And hummingbirds don't have long beaks right away. They must be a new species. There you go, Golganak. Yeah. On the discovery of a very small new species of hummingbird with an underdeveloped bill. Shows very many primitive characteristics. Comes out very basal in the cladogram. Yeah, Golganak. Ontogeny. It's important stuff. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I don't remember where we were, but here's something that I'm going to forget unless we look at it now. How many Australians do we have in the chat right now? Make some noise. Let's look at our breakdown right here. Once it loads, if it loads. Come on now. The necklace is all messed up. I can feel it. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. I always forget which is Australia and which is New Zealand. White stars versus yellow stars. Anyway. We're going to talk about bilbies for a second here. This is something that I was really amazed by. Something that I found amusing, and I want to know if this is actually a thing. Yeah, and that's you, Neon Coffee Cat? Well, this question is for you then. Yeah. And White Stars is Australia. Thank you, Duck Admirer. How prevalent is this, actually? The Easter bilby? Australians apparently don't like bunnies because feral rabbits cause environmental damage. Boy, howdy do they. So they have this instead. An Easter bilby instead? A bilby is, of course, a marsupial. It's quite common, says Doc Admirer. Really? Well, I am so tickled by that. That is, that's really neat. Yeah. Easter bilby. Interesting.
It's that time of year again, when crosses appear on buns, chocolate gets transformed into eggs, and a mysterious, often giant bunny leaves them for people to find.
No need, Sophia. Wonderful. 3,000 years ago.
But here in Australia, real, regular-sized bunnies are actually quite a problem.
Yeah.
Rabbits are an introduced species that like to eat crops and native plants. They reproduce really quickly and compete with native animals for food and habitat. That's why some people reckon here in Australia we could be celebrating Easter with another cute, fluffy mammal in mind. The bilby.
I really love this.
Bilbies are a native species which are believed to have lived in Australia for around 15 million years.
Pretty cool.
They were once found across 70% of the country, and there were originally two species, the greater bilby and the lesser bilby. But the lesser bilby is...
Oh no. We've got a photograph and we've got an illustration. What does that tell us?
Thought to have become extinct in the early 1950s.
It's tragic.
Nowadays, bilbies are listed as vulnerable, with fewer than 10,000 of them left in the wild. And guess what? Rabbits are one of the reasons these little guys are struggling. Isn't that?
Oh. What they should do is... I don't know. There should be like a massive push to replace the Easter Bunny with the Easter Bilby in Australia and take portions of the profits and put it toward bilby conservation. I'm hoping that's the case. I'm hoping that's what they're already doing. I can't be the first person to have had this idea, obviously.
Bilbies are vulnerable due to mainly introduced species, such as foxes and cats, and sometimes a little bit of competition with the rabbits and stuff as well.
That's what they do? Excellent.
To help raise awareness of the troubles bilbies face, this chocolate company decided to try making a chocolate Easter bilby back in the 1990s.
love that. That's so cool.
A ranger suggested it, and it took off.
When we brought the bilby in, we didn't really know how popular
it makes me so happy.
And then after a few years, the bilby was outselling the rabbits, so we discontinued the rabbits and became bilby only.
Since then, more than 800,000 chocolate Easter bilbies have rolled off the production line. And part of the money made from selling them goes towards helping bilby populations get back on their feet.
Yeah!
The money from the chocolates.
That's great.
Helps us with our breeding programs, the conservation side of things. We don't want them to dwindle anymore because we have lost a lot of Australian wildlife due to the people introduced species. So it's quite important just to recognise it, especially around Easter, just to promote them as much as we can.
That's very cool.
So in the spirit of Easter, I thought I'd better do my bit for the bilby and enjoy two of my favourite things, chocolate and cute animals.
Oh.
But I better not get those two confused.
Yeah, don't... That's like a Danny joke right there.
That's definitely the chocolate one.
Good stuff. Wow. And then there was this right here too.
Easter is in full swing and chocolate is on the minds of many. But will it be a bunny or a bilby that makes its way into your home?
Brightly wrapped
He wasn't supposed to eat
bunnies
those.
are just as big a tradition as the Easter egg. But now the bunny's got a battle on its hands from the Australian native bilby.
Since the 1990s, there's been a concerted campaign to oust the bunny as the mascot for Easter here in
I love that. That's really cool.
Its replacement, a shy marsupial that calls the harsh Australian desert home, the bilby.
So I'm going to read you the story about how Bilby, who's a native marsupial of Australia, took over the job from the tired old Easter bunny.
They're appealing to Aussie patriotism to boycott the bunny, a European tradition.
And one of the things that we've looked at just this year, actually, was to get chocolate bilbies available for Easter instead of...
This is back in the 1990s. Yeah.
Now, we're a bit too late this year, but next year I hope there will be chocolate bilbies available in the shops.
Once it was plentiful over 3/4 of the continent. Now the desert night is its last refuge. Our name for this enchanting animal is the bilby, and it was our coming that led to its decline.
Oh.
Bilbies have...
And thank you, Big Dees.
Is there any evidence that dinosaurs ever developed colored, patterned, camouflaged eggs to deter or hide from predation, or are they all pretty uniformly white-toned?
We will be talking about that, Big Dees. We will be talking about that. In fact, a little teaser can be found on this issue, on the cover of this issue of National Geographic from November of 2020. There is a theropod dinosaur in the Cretaceous, and look at those eggs. Yeah, so we'll be talking about that in a little bit. Thank you, Big Dees. We'll get to it. Yeah, thank you for the 200 bits. Appreciate that. Yeah. Let's continue.
Have been pushed close to extinction, mainly by feral cats. conservationists estimate that fewer than 10,000 exist in the wild right now. So they need all the help they can get. On the other hand, rabbits are a less than welcome pest.
Yeah.
Rabbits. For nearly 2 centuries, Australia has
I don't want to watch this footage.
And in doing so, play an important part in this all-out war on the rabbit.
We've poisoned them on the ground and from the air.
The poisoned bait is loaded onto an aircraft, one of 11 that's being used in the campaign.
Think about how many other animals, you know, would have died from eating that poison too. And the animals that died from eating the rabbits who had been poisoned. And the, you know, the dogs and cats who, you know, happened to eat some of that. Or the children who picked it up and thought it looked like candy. I mean, this is why it's so important to just not introduce non-native species in the first place. Yeah. Anyway.
The bait will be dropped.
I remember I had to once physically wrestle a dog on a ranch in eastern Montana. Had to like wrestle him to the ground, pry open his jaws, and pull out a big, huge, like, I remember being almost the size of my fist, like piece of rat poison. That another member, like somebody at our museum, had left the rat poison inside one of our trailers, because they didn't want any rats to be living in the trailers when they were, you know, sitting in storage over the winter. And then the trailer got driven out to the site, and a ranch dog just comes walking up and like sees this thing, and then just, oh my god, yeah. I'm not fond of rat poison or rabbit poison or anything like that. I really.
Dropped on inaccessible.
Dog was okay, yeah.
Their underground homes have been exploded and bulldozed. And we've infected them with deadly viruses.
Oh.
Still, they remain our most widespread and destructive pest, inhabiting around 70% of the continent, impacting on more than 300 species of native plants and animals, and costing more than $200 million every year in lost production.
And you know why rabbits were introduced in the first place? I think it was by European settlers, obviously. But it's like, oh, they thought it'd be nice to be able to shoot rabbits like they did, you know, back home in England. Yeah. At least I seem to recall that's why it was. Somebody can correct me if that's not the case. Yeah.
It's really is being buggered around by the rabbit. So if you can get the bilby to fight back and get it back into the system, it's great.
So you're advising people buy a bilby this Easter?
Yeah, buy a bilby, not a rabbit.
Not too long ago, a chocolate bilby was almost as hard to find as a real one. In 2022, hopes were bolstered by Australian confectionery maker Darryl Lee, which resumed making chocolate bilbies after 8 years and
so cool.
to donate a percentage of the profits to the Save the Bilby Fund. We took the streets to ask you your thoughts on changing the Easter mascot from the bunny to the bilby.
Huh.
I definitely support the concept of a chocolate bilby as a fundraiser.
I'll see you later, Dinosaur Dave. Thanks for being here.
It's a great idea. I haven't been aware of it, but...
And yeah, by the way, a big, like, chunky bilby would be a really, really cool Lego set, Dinosaur Dave. That'd be really, really neat. Yeah. Creatrix Brit says, rabbits are emotionally dead to me. I love this animal. Aren't they so cool? Bilbies are really, really neat.
As a fundraiser in terms of conservation, I think that's a great idea. I haven't been aware of it, but it certainly would be encouraging. Great idea.
Go with the rabbit. Just because that's what I grew up with.
Well, I'd have to say a bilby.
Why is that?
Well, rabbits were imported, weren't they? If I knew a proportion of the money that I paid to buy a bilby chocolate was going back to conversation, I would buy it.
Chocolate bunny. Definitely chocolate bunny straight up. And no change in that. Why? It's just better, and I think it gives...
I don't understand this impulse at all. Shoot, if you were to give me a choice between a you know, a chocolate bunny at Easter and a chocolate, like, literally anything else, I'd be like, oh, other thing sounds interesting. Yeah, give me that. You know, I'll take a chocolate vampire squid, or a vampire bat, or a chocolate potato, or whatever else, you know? Shoot. What do people have against novelty? I don't understand it. Easter cassowary. Yes, I need that, Lenina. Yeah.
It's more an Easter vibe, I think, because the Easter bunny. So obviously a chocolate bunny, I would say.
I think probably the rabbit. I reckon that'd have more chocolate in it.
Why is it the kids are all wrong? It's just like, that's an objectively wrong answer. What is wrong with Australian kids these days? Yeah. And Hogan, thank you for doing that. Yeah. Hogan says, around here in northern Minnesota, I'm always telling the farmers that if they want to get rid of rodents, they should install barn owl nesting boxes. Poison should be avoided at all costs. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. But I don't know. I've had similar conversations with people in Montana, and sometimes it's a losing battle, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Just like, you know, be made out more because it's bigger, right? I imagine so. I don't know.
You're not giving that bilby enough credit, right? I think that bilby would go off. I would eat it. I would enjoy it. I would mung it down. I'd lick my fingers afterwards, and I'd be absolutely happy with myself if I got a chocolate bilby.
I'll go. What did he say? He'd mung it down? I've never heard this phrase before.
Afterwards, and I'd be absolutely happy. I would enjoy it. I would mung it down. I'd lick my fingers afterwards, and I'd be absolutely happy with myself if I got a chocolate bilby.
I'll go both, the rabbit and the bilby, because this just means more chocolate. You know, more chocolate means more smiles. Yeah.
The bilby and the bunny might look similar, but only one of them has been teetering on the brink of extinction.
Dude, I don't want to watch this kid eat. Sorry. Pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. The Easter bilby. So, it is a thing. That's really, really neat. Shoot. I would love to have one next year. But I'd probably have to spend an extra $30 to get it shipped to the US. But who knows? Yeah. Yeah. And Victorious, I gathered that. Yeah. Thank you. Context clues. Thank you, Victorious. Yeah. Australian is a whole different language. Sometimes it seems like it, Kirsten. But I'm glad there's some overlap there. Red Bulwark. It's got a long comment there. Let's see this. Discover new hunting grounds, but to prevent wars, diseases, etc. Survive as human can. Now, idea how hard the science behind it. It doesn't really sound like a testable hypothesis, Red Bulwark. It's interesting. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Are you saying it's a cultural thing? Or are you saying that it's something that's ingrained in people? Is like genetic or something like that? I doubt that. But I don't know. Yeah. I'm definitely not a psychologist. What I can tell you is that sometimes these ideas are really exceptionally difficult to test. Because human behavior is incredibly complex. Human society has got... I don't know. You can almost think of science, different fields of science being like on a continuum, from easiest to hardest. Psychology would be one of the hardest ones, and then you get above that into, you know, sociology, how human societies work, and there's added levels there. More stuff going on at each level, and you could call that complexity if you'd like to. There's added complexity as you get higher and higher and higher. You get onto the very bottom and you get to, like, physics, the easiest of the sciences. And I don't mean easiest like it's the easiest to do. I mean it's just the simplest. There's the fewest variables, you're down to the very basic building blocks of the universe when it comes to physics. So it's inherently the simplest, if that makes sense. So yeah, if we're talking about the rise and fall of human societies and people's attitudes and stuff, you're dealing with psychology, you're dealing with all of these other things that influence how people behave, you know? And that itself is built on anatomy, genetics, brain chemistry, you know, climate, your surroundings, your geography, everything, you know? I'm doing a really bad job of explaining this right now, but again, feeling a little under the weather today, and I apologize. But I hope you catch my meaning. Yeah. 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 And Red Bulwark. How do you truly test it? Exactly, Red Bulwark. Yeah. That's why I'm not really convinced that most, like, evolutionary psychology, as it's been called, is very scientific at all. You know, there's a lot of just so stories, and evolutionary biologists look at evolutionary psychology and they go, what are you talking about? How would you ever test these ideas, you know? You can call it something else, but don't call it a science yet, you know? Will it ever evolve into a science? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. There were times when things that weren't... Well, I was going to bring up the example of alchemy kind of evolving into a real science in chemistry. But I'm sure that is far more complex, and I'm not a chemist, nor am I well studied in the history of chemistry, so I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of really interesting stories there, and it's not as simple as, oh yeah, alchemy used to be nonsense, and then it evolved into a science, which is now chemistry. I'm sure it's not nearly that simple. But yeah, could evolutionary psychology ever be a science? I don't know. I work on dinosaurs, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And physics is math. I mean, you can run experiments in physics too. It's a science. Hogan, yeah. But yeah, it's... Yeah. Yeah. But gotcha. Yeah, Red Bulwark, these are great questions, and I'm glad you're here to discuss them. It's great to have you here. Yeah. Look at dinosaurs, can't know about people back then 100%. Yeah, Frey Eloise, yeah. Yeah. We can find ways to test these things, but... Yeah. Now, before we, and thank you for the hydrate, Sassy Catastrophe. Appreciate that. Yeah. Before we get into Mongolian dinosaur... Oh, this is interesting. Well, well, well. I was going to show you a tweet from yesterday about dinosaur eggs. A tweet where there was a bad error. And it looks like they've deleted it, which is a good thing. Yeah. This was from Discover Magazine. And let me see if I can find that. Looking at my replies here. And it... I wonder if the original tweet, if that got deleted, if all the replies also get deleted. Yeah. Shoot. I guess they did. Well, well, well. There was a tweet from Discover Magazine. And they said, did all dinosaurs lay eggs? No, and here's how we know. And then it had a link to an article. And you click on the article, and it talks about how we know that, yes, all dinosaurs laid eggs. So I and some other people were pointing that out in the replies. And looks like that got enough attention that they just decided to delete the tweet. So I suppose that's a victory there, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Let me see if I can find that. Did all dinosaurs lay eggs? The tweet said no. You click on the article, and then it says yes. Did dinosaurs lay eggs? Paleontologists are inclined to think that every one of the extinct dinosaurs emerged out of an externally laid egg, whether a Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus, Stegosaurus, or any other type of dinosaur. In fact, though there aren't any sure signs in the fossil record that any of these animals produced live progeny, there are an abundance of indications that they all laid embryo-filled eggs. So yeah. This is a decent little summary here. You know, not bad. Much better written than the tweet was. So there's a link to that. Good stuff. And hey, PaleoDraw, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Now, in talking about dinosaur eggs, we've really got to go back to the 1920s when dinosaur eggs really first became both a scientific and cultural phenomenon. So let's take a look at this right here. I think I might have to... Apologies to anybody watching this on YouTube later. But, yeah. You probably won't be able to hear this. But you can hear it live, everybody. And here you go. Nice, PaleoDraw. Very nice. Yeah. Kind of a childhood hero of mine. Yep. That's not a fedora, Mark Norrell. That's called a campaign hat. It's the same one that Smokey the Bear has. Or, you know, U.S. Marines drill sergeants. Campaign hat, not a fedora. Here. So this is a fedora. You know what a fedora is. This guy's wearing a fedora. Yeah. Whereas a campaign hat is like what Smokey the Bear has, or a drill sergeant. You know, it comes to a central peak in the middle, and it's got a flat brim of equal length all around the side. Yeah, sometimes it's got stuff like this, if you're like in the cavalry or whatever. But yeah, a campaign hat, that is what Roy Chapman Andrews wore. Yeah. And yep, campaign hat is what it's called, Nella. Yep. There's Andrews right there. Campaign hat, yeah. It would often get, like, rumpled and stuff, but... yeah. Wait a minute, is that a fedora that he's wearing right there? Well, shoot. I guess that might be a fedora. Huh. Oh, yeah, usually he's wearing the campaign hat. A man of many hats. At least two, Big D's, yeah. Yeah. And if you were cavalry, you wear a Stetson. Oh, okay, Gimpleg, sorry. I was thinking of Apocalypse Now. With the tassel things. But, yeah. And, row 3, column 4 looks like a slouch hat. Row 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. No, that's a campaign hat right there. Unfortunately, it's on Facebook, so I can't embiggen it. But, yeah, that's a campaign hat. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. On row 2. Oh, roses. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's a campaign hat, not a slouch hat. Yeah. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Also a campaign hat. Yeah. And that is... I wouldn't call that a fedora. But maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not actually an expert on hats. So yeah. They made sure we called them Stetsons. Okay, Gimp, interesting. Yeah. Person on the left. Yeah, that's... Yep. Not a slouch hat. It might be his head's a little tilted. But, yeah. Anyway, back to the video.
It may have been some of the inspiration even for Indiana Jones in the sense that, you know, he wore a fedora, he always carried a 6-gun, he wore high boots and a leather jacket in the desert all the time.
He didn't wear a leather jacket. What? I don't think I've ever seen a picture of Andrews wearing a leather jacket. But, you know, it's whatever. That's okay.
World's most famous dinosaur hunter in an unlikely way. He really wanted to work at the American Museum of Natural History in New York, but lacked any real qualifications. So he started there as a janitor and eventually worked his way up to curator. Andrew's drive and charisma made him the perfect figurehead for an ambitious expedition to Asia to look for the remains of early human beings.
Yep, and this was a big deal. You know, this was... Oh, man, did they raise a ton of money for this? This is, like, maybe the largest expedition to have ever left the United States. Largest scientific expedition. And, this was a huge, huge deal, you know? Like, this was, you could call it, like, the space program of its day, maybe. And I'd probably be exaggerating a little. But I want to give you some sense of how big an enterprise this was. And they were out there trying to find remains of the earliest humans. There was an idea that maybe humanity started off in Asia. Now, of course, we know it was in Africa. But, I don't know. They suspected it was in Asia, so they were out there looking for human ancestors in the fossil record. Didn't find any.
And once again, as it has happened a number of times in paleontology, serendipity played a major role there. And they didn't find any remains of early humans, but they found some tremendous dinosaur remains. Some fossils that completely changed, once again, the history of dinosaur paleontology.
The discovery of dinosaurs in Europe, Africa, America, and now China had a powerful effect upon the general public. People were amazed that these incredible creatures had once roamed the entire world. The museum's trips to China and Mongolia became known as the Central Asiatic Expeditions.
Yeah.
During the trek in 1923, Andrew's expedition became renowned for discovering a nest of eggs, thought to be those of a Protoceratops.
Yeah.
However, Roy Chapman Andrews really wasn't a great scientist, and that, you know, everyone credits him with these great dinosaur discoveries. He was a wonderful expedition leader, but he actually never even published a single paper on dinosaurs themselves.
That's why I don't call Andrews a paleontologist. You know, you could call him a zoologist, a cetologist. He published papers on whales, on other kinds of animals, modern animals. I think Norella's right about this. He never actually published a single paper on dinosaurs. He did publish a book for young people called All About Dinosaurs, and I have a copy of it right here. Hugely influential book. And, yeah, we'll examine this on stream one of these days. All About Dinosaurs by Roy Chapman Andrews. There we go. Yeah. But he never actually published a single scientific paper on dinosaurs, or any other kind of fossil critter to my knowledge. So if you're not publishing in the field, and if you're not actively doing research, Like, can you call yourself a paleontologist? I don't know. He didn't call himself a paleontologist. A lot of people confuse that today, but yeah.
The chief paleontologist was a man named Walter Granger, who was in the Department of Paleontology here at the American Museum. And he really was a scientist, and he actually is the one who I think should be credited with the great scientific successes of the Central Asiatic expeditions.
There you go. Yeah. And Darian Beagle. Oh, link on Andrew Sarchis. Yeah. So Andrew Sarchis is named after Roy Chapman Andrews. I don't think Andrews was an author on that, because that'd be against the rules. You can't name an animal after yourself. But I think Granger may have been the one who published that. Yeah. Oh, but this is cool. So far, there's, I think, still only one skull of this animal. Andrew Sarchis, yeah. What a cool ancient mammal. This is from long after the extinction of the dinosaurs. But, yeah, pretty neat. You can tell by how big it is. Mammals never got anywhere even close to this during the age of dinosaurs. All the mammals were like, you know, maybe the size of one of its feet. Or maybe a little bit bigger for the most truly huge of Mesozoic mammals. But you know what I mean. Yeah.
What Andrews lacked in scientific expertise, he made up for in another important aspect of museum survival.
Yeah. Fundraising.
Because these things are very expensive. The Central Asiatic expeditions of the 1920s, when you look at the costs, they're quite impressive. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
The first expedition that used a whole fleet of motor cars in combination with 100 camels is a pretty dramatic affair. So he knew how to do that, and he knew how to promote an expedition and raise the money for it.
One of the things that made Roy Chapman Andrews very effective in raising funds for the museum is that he was one of the first paleontologists to take along a movie crew. And those films got sent back to the United States and became parts of newsreels and made Roy Chapman Andrews famous, made the American Museum of Natural History even more famous, and was instrumental in piquing public interest in paleontological adventures.
Pretty
Chapman's fame.
Cool. Yeah. I think you call him Chapman. Andrews. Roy Chapman Andrews. Anyway, Darian Beagle says it was a whale ancestor. I got to see it once. It was a whale ancestor in the sense that we used to think it was ancestral to whales, but I think Andrew Sarchis is it's a mesonicid mammal, right? I think it's no longer considered to be a whale ancestor. I think that's changed. Let's look that up real quick. It's such a weird animal. It is such a weird... What is this? This is like some sort of AI-generated garbage here. I tell you, Google gets worse every single week. But yeah... It was formerly placed in the family's Mesonicidae or Arctocyonidae, but is now the sole member of a distinct family, Andrewsarchidae. Yeah. Let's see... And it was named by Henry Fairfield Osborn. It may have looked like this. We don't really know what it looked like. I think all we have is maybe a skull. Right? Yep. Huh. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Let's see... So it might be closer to entelodonts, which are kind of close to pigs. So from a kind of a different side of the ungulate family tree. I guess it's still an even-toed ungulate, like whale. Oh no. Yeah, whales are even-toed ungulates. Artiodactyls. Yeah. So it's kind of close to the ancestry of whales, but it's not as close as we used to think when we thought that that mesonicids were ancestral to whales. Why is this not popping up? There we go. Yeah. So we think that basically the ancestors of whales were critters like this Pachycetus right here. We used to think they related to like Mesonychids, but I don't think that's the current thinking anymore. I'm rusty on this because I don't work on mammals. I'm a dinosaur guy, so I hear about this stuff like third hand. But yeah, and they displayed it when they had a huge whale exhibition. I'm sure they did, Darian Beagle. Yeah, yeah. I'm not saying you have like that you're wrong. I'm just saying that that article's, I think, now considered to be a bit out of date. But yeah, I don't know. When you go back to the beginning of this, and you look at this critter right here, that's superficially it looks kind of similar to what we think Andrew Sarchis looked like. But yeah, here let's look up Indohyus. There we go. It's one of the earliest known non-cetacean ancestors of whales, Indohyus, right here. What a weird-looking critter. It's like a cross between a big mouse and a deer. It's similar to a chevrotain or mouse deer. Well, shoot, there you go. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. There's so many different descriptions. They say it's similar to a mouse deer. They say it's omnivorous and pig-like. Truth is, we don't really know what this animal would look. Would it be fuzzy like this? Would it? I don't know. I don't know, and I don't know enough about this group to really have anything super interesting to say about them, I suppose. Yeah. And Sutariodactyls. There you go, Golganek. Yeah. If we were to go to the Tree of Life on the One Zoom page, I could show you that. Yeah, that whales are, I think, closest to hippos. Another what we call even-toed ungulates, artiodactyls. Yeah. And this is where you saw it? Cool, Darian Beagle. Interesting. Here. Here, let's embiggen this properly. There we go.
Whales, Giants of the Deep is an amazing exhibition that includes everything about whale biology, their evolutionary history, how people and cultures have interacted with them.
This looks like such a cool exhibit.
Whale hunting and the conservation of whales. They're just tremendous creatures that are so different from us, even though they're our close relatives. They've adapted magnificently for life in the sea.
Close relatives in the grand scheme of things, but we're not next to each other on the mammal family tree or anything like that.
This exhibition comes from the Museum of New Zealand, Te Papa Tongarewa. The Te Papa Museum is...
There's the skull right there. That's Andrew Sarchis right there. Which is, it's there in the AM&H collection, so maybe they made a big deal of adding this, because it sounds like this is a traveling exhibit put together from New Zealand. And then AM&H is like, well, we've got this, which we used to think was closely related to the ancestors of whales. But this is from 10 years ago. Shoot. Yeah.
Exquisitely positioned to create...
And the Te Papa Museum is a great visit, says Roses and Tea. We were just talking about that on Friday. They have the original iguanodon tooth that may have been found by Mary Anning. And shoot, we got to talk about that now, too, because I forgot about this. Darren Naish sent me a message about that, actually. And, yeah. Anyway, Te Papa Museum. I've seen some great things from there. Really neat. And that's just down the road from you. Very cool, Trugs. Yeah. Man, the rabbit holes we get into on this
An
channel.
exhibition like this because they have one of the world's largest and most scientifically important collections of whales. One of my favorite parts of the exhibition is a giant reconstructed model of a blue whale heart at full size. Kids can climb inside, or kid-like adults like me can go inside and imagine what it's like to be inside the heart of one of the largest creatures on the planet. Within the exhibit...
I don't know, that almost seemed too big. I was next to a big old blue whale skeleton not too long ago. And I'm sorry, but that seems too big. Like, that would take up the majority of its chest. Yeah, I don't know.
Inside, or kid-like adults like me can go inside and imagine what it's like to be inside the heart of one of the largest creatures on the planet. Within the exhibit, there are more than 20 skulls and skeletons of different kinds of whales, including skeletons mounted of male
sperm
and
whales.
female sperm whales.
Yeah.
Male sperm whales, almost 6.
This is neat. A lot of people don't realize this, but sperm whale only have teeth on the bottom jaw, on their mandible. There's no teeth up top. So, like, here. Like the Pinocchio whale at Disneyland, where it's got teeth on the bottom and the top jaw. You know, in its mandible and its max and pre-max up top. They're not actually like that. They've only got teeth on the lower jaw. Sperm whale. Yeah. Well, it's also way too wide. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Male sperm whale is almost 60 feet long, which is 18 feet longer than a school bus. Some of the things that have been most exciting about
grab and swallow, yeah.
whale biology is their history. So we've been able to talk about new DNA evidence that...
Yeah, shoot. Pachycetus right there. That's this same critter that we were just looking at right here. In fact, this might be a video from this exhibition, actually. Yeah, cool.
Show the surprising result that whales are most closely related to hippos, and that
What'd I just tell ya?
they fall within a group called artiodactyls, which include sheep and deer. And
even-toed ungulates.
One of the things we can do in any show is tap into our world-class collections. For example, Andrew Sarkis, this skull behind me, is an amazing creature that is now known to be a close relative of whales.
Okay, true. It was once thought to be like an ancestor of whales, potentially. Like mesonychids were thought to have been the ancestors of whales, and Andrew Sarkis was thought to be a mesonychid. But now, as I understand it, mesonychids are no longer thought to be the ancestors of whales, and Andrew Sarkis is no longer thought to be a mesonychid anyway. But it is closely related to the ancestors of whales, certainly.
Is an amazing creature that is now known to be a close relative of whales. Andrew Sarkis was discovered in the 1920s when Roy Chapman Andrews led expeditions to Mongolia and China.
Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Yeah, and that brings us back to here. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Darian. Appreciate that.
Famous, made the American Museum of Natural History even more famous, and was instrumental in piquing public interest in paleontological adventures.
Yeah.
Chapman's fame proved how important the media could be in raising
Andrew's fame.
Funds for further
Andrews is his last name.
But due to circumstances completely outside of his control, the Central Asiatic expeditions came to a quick and unexpected end.
Yeah. Yeah. Revolution in the country. And Americans were shut out, which... Yeah. But part of that also was a direct response to the discovery and celebrity of those dinosaur eggs. So we'll talk about that. Yeah. Did they ever find more of Andrew Sarkis? I don't think so, Birds with That On. I don't think so. I think that's still all we got. Yeah. And Sheepdog, what did dinosaurs evolve from? From a group that we used to call Thecodontians. We now call them goodness. They're more basal archosaurs, like dinosauriform archosaurs. And Joker X, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Here, let me show you. Yeah. Critters like Euparkeria. And again, goodness. Google just getting worse and worse. This is a Dimetrodon right here. This is much more closely related to us than like the ancestors of dinosaurs, but anyway. Euparkeria. Kind of a little almost crocodile-y type guy like this. Is thought to have been closely related to the ancestors of dinosaurs. Yeah. It's close to the ancestry of all Archosauria, the group that includes crocodilians, pterosaurs, dinosaurs, and birds, who are dinosaurs. So yeah. Yeah. So Euparkeria.
Real dinosaur?
Troy acts out. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Here, let's where were we? Let's go back to this for just a second. I gotta check on something.
His drive and charisma
Played at issues that clearly changed, once again, the history of dinosaur paleontology.
The discovery of dinosaurs in Europe, Africa, America, and now China had a powerful effect upon the general public. People
Mongolia, not China.
These incredible creatures had once roamed the entire world. The museum's trips to China and Mongolia became known as the Central Asiatic Expedition, renowned for...
There we go, the eggs.
During the trek in 1923, Andrew's expedition became renowned for discovering a nest of eggs, thought to be those of a Protoceratops.
And this was huge. Now, there's a wonderful book if you want to learn more about Roy Chapman Andrews and the Central Asiatic Expeditions. This is my old tattered copy of the biography of Roy Chapman Andrews, Dragon Hunter by Charles Gallenkamp. Dragon Hunter, Roy Chapman Andrews and the Central Asiatic Expeditions. Really, really well written, very engaging book. And chapter 13 right here talks about the eggs. So, yeah. Since we're talking about dinosaur eggs today, I figured this would be a cool thing. I'll just read a little passage from this real quick. And, yeah, here. This is set in the 1920s. That's when this took place. So let's see. Let's try this. And there we go. There we go. Some 1920s ambiance. When news of the dinosaur eggs finally hit newspapers around the world. This is after the discovery of dinosaur eggs in Mongolia by the Central Asiatic Expeditions. The reaction to the announcement was phenomenal. The press and public alike... Excuse me. The press and public alike devoured the discovery with a frenzy that even Andrews found difficult to fathom. Minutes after his ship docked at Victoria, reporters from virtually every major West Coast city swarmed aboard. Rushing to beat out competitors, a representative of a Seattle paper offered $1,500 for exclusive use of dinosaur egg photographs for 1 week. Another reporter upped the ante to $3,000, and a journalist from the San Francisco Chronicle raised it to $5,000. In Seattle, the mayor, the president of Chicago, Milwaukee, St. Paul Railroad... Excuse me. That's confusing. In Seattle, the mayor of Seattle, who is also the president of the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railroad, which would transport Andrews and the Osborns across the country. No, those are two different people anyway. Sorry. And A whole host of other dignitaries were on hand to meet the ship. Reporters, excited crowds, and popping flashbulbs greeted Andrews at every step across the country. People were just going ape for dinosaur eggs. His first lecture at the American Museum was jammed. 4,000 people, including John D. Rockefeller Jr., with 2 of his children, and the renowned Egyptologist James Breasted, tried to cram into an auditorium designed to hold an audience of 1,400. To solve the problem, Andrews spoke for an hour, then repeated the lecture a second time. A few days later, Rockefeller came to the museum to see the eggs, and found the hall, Andrews noted, packed almost like a subway train. During 8 months in America, he complained, all he heard was, dinosaur eggs, dinosaur eggs. Vainly did I try to tell the other vastly more important discoveries of the expedition. No one was interested. No one even listened. Eventually, I became philosophical about it. Yeah. Later on, because of this dinosaur egg craze, they made the decision to actually auction off one of the dinosaur eggs, which ended up being an enormous mistake. They didn't realize it at the time. Dinosaur fossil auctions are just about never a good thing. They're always bad. And it was because of that egg auction that the authorities in Mongolia, and I think also in China, became irate. They said, hey, you're coming into our country and taking these, you know, at the time were really, really rare things, dinosaur eggs, and you're auctioning them off? And it was a publicity stunt. They didn't actually make that much money off of it. It was like $5,000 or something. But still, it made the authorities very angry. And that's one of the things that actually led to the future expeditions being canceled. So yeah. Yeah. And boo auctions indeed. Murph and Lenina, yes indeed. Yeah. Murph, how are you doing? How was your birthday, by the way? It's great to have you back. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Victoria, British Columbia, yes indeed. Amelia Bedelia. Yeah. Yeah. And Sheepdog says, when I think of a whole being formed from the egg, energy of a single small egg, I find it amazing. Yeah. That's the yolk. That yolk is like pure energy in there. Just... yeah. Yeah. In fact, let's maybe watch a quick video about this. About, how a chick embryo forms. Because we actually see this... well, you know, this is just a dinosaur pattern that is repeated today. Let's take a look. So day 1, tissue development starts. This is, by the way, one of the reasons why it's as yet impossible to clone birds, is because the embryo starts off extremely small compared to the size of the egg. And thank you, guest 2563, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. The embryo starts off tiny, tiny, tiny compared to the size of the egg, so actually, like, finding that in there is just about impossible. Like, it's just a huge, like, physical impediment to the cloning process, and nobody's been able to figure out how to make that work yet. Yeah. Yeah. And this is really cool. The tail starts off really, really prominent here. Right there. There's the tail bud. Here. Yeah, right there. And then later it gets resorbed during ontogeny as the embryo is developing. Yeah. And hey, Institute CP, how are you doing? Long time no see. Welcome back to Paleontologizing Institute. Good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool. So again, this is a baby chicken, which is a dinosaur. Yeah. Pretty neat. So basically what's going on, it doesn't show the yolk sac here, but that's the animal's food. That's the food for the embryo, and it's just kind of absorbing nutrients through that and continuing to grow and grow. Basically, an egg is like it's like a mini life support pod that the mother gives birth to, and the embryo develops within that until it gets too big, and then it hatches out. Really amazing. The amniotic egg is, it really is a marvel. Yolk sac is largely absorbed. It draws into the abdomen. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So when I say amniotic egg, what does that mean? Well, let's take a look at...
In 1799...
Here we go. I've never seen this before, but usually these PBS Eons videos are pretty good. Let's have ourselves a look here.
In 1799, the keeper of the Department of Natural History at the British Museum didn't know what to make of a bizarre specimen that had just arrived from Australia. It appeared to be the skin of a beaver or a mole with a beak sewn onto it. Being a good curator, he carefully examined every inch of the specimen and published a detailed description of its many weird features. But he wasn't convinced it was even a real animal. He wrote, and I quote, "I ought perhaps to acknowledge that I almost doubt the testimony of my own eyes with respect to the structure of this animal."
You can see how old this is, too. Because the S's are F's in some cases. Testimony. I don't know why that's the case, why that... Anyway, I just know that that's something that's a feature of, like, antique English like this.
Animal's beak. The beak met the body so perfectly, and the animal was just so strange that for a hot second there, he suspected that the specimen was a fake. But the arrival of more specimens confirmed that he was dealing with a 100% genuine creature, with the bill of a duck, the tail of a beaver, and the feet of an otter with venomous spurs. The animal, of course, turned out to be a duck-billed platypus. But perhaps the weirdest thing about it was that it was a mammal that laid eggs. The platypus belongs to an unusual group called monotremes that diverged from the branch of the mammal family tree that leads to marsupials and later placentals around 186 million years ago.
Yep, and so egg laying is the primitive trait for mammals. More derived groups like marsupials and later placentals, they no longer laid eggs outside of the body. All the egg stuff happens within the mother. Yeah, and I'm sure they'll talk about that here.
And although they might not look like it, eggs were a huge...
And it is an S, but it looks like an F. Okay, that makes sense. I vaguely remembered that, but yeah.
Evolutionary innovation. They saved those animals known as amniotes from extinction, and may have set the stage for their invasion of dry land. While the identity of the first animal to lay eggs is still a mystery, paleontologists can estimate when this creature came about and what it might have looked like. And they're teaming up with geneticists and biologists who study living animals to understand why and how most mammals lost this incredible egg-laying innovation. Turns out that might have all started with a chance encounter with a virus. The story of the egg spans millions of years, from the first vertebrates that dared to venture onto dry land to today's mammals, including the platypus. And of course, birds. You know, like chickens? Yes, I'm here to tell you, fam, the egg came first.
Yep. Long before the chicken. Holy cow. Never seen it written from monotremata. Is it monotreme? That's what I don't understand your question, Nola. Yeah.
Okay, now there are eggs, and then there are eggs. The earliest eggs of any kind were laid in water, accompanied by a thick layer of jelly, like frogs do today. And yeah, it's literally just called jelly. And this jelly is a good home for amphibian embryos as long as everything stays wet. But about 385 million years ago, in the Devonian period, tetrapods started venturing away from the water's edge. Competition was high in aquatic ecosystems, and the only animals on land were invertebrates like insects and spiders, which probably enticed tetrapod ancestors out of the water. But in order to become truly terrestrial, tetrapods had to be able to keep their embryos wet on dry land. One of the first vertebrates to live and maybe reproduce on dry land was Cassinaria. It lived during the Carboniferous period, around 334 million years ago, in what's now Scotland. And it mixed some of the amphibian features of its ancestors, like unfused shoulder bones, with features associated with reptiles, like strong leg and backbones. And
pretty cool.
Some experts think it resembled a new group of creatures that would appear in the fossil record about 20 million years later, the first true amniotes.
Yeah, like Hylonomus.
One surrounded by a tough, leathery shell. The shell helped protect the embryo from diseases and attacks, but was also porous enough to let gases reach the embryo so it could breathe and grow. And the waterproof membranes and the amniotic fluid inside the egg created a self-contained pond so the embryo stayed hydrated. And you gotta stay hydrated. Suddenly, animals didn't have to spend...
I do gotta stay hydrated. Here. Yeah, look. Basically, you can think of the amniotic egg as being like a, you know, like a natural escape pod for the embryo. It can leave the mothership and exist out in the environment, protect the embryo inside, and it's got a life support system built into it. It's cool stuff. It's really, really cool to think about.
Spend their lives in the swamp anymore. It was a huge boost for adventurous tetrapods that were colonizing dry land. Then, parts of the planet that had been tropical and humid started to cool and dry up, an event called the Carboniferous Rainforest Collapse, which I've talked about before. The swamps began to disappear, and many amphibian groups went extinct. But the amniotes, being better adapted to drier conditions, expanded into a variety of new niches and dominated the land. But what were the steps between embryos and jelly and embryos and shells? Well, we don't know, because of what's known as the egg gap. Some of our earliest fossil records of amniote eggs are from dinosaurs, like Mesaurus patagonicus, which lived around 215 million years ago in Argentina. And that's at least 100 million years after when we think the egg first appeared. So the initial 30% of the history...
Hang on, is Mesaurus that old? Mesaurus is late Triassic? I always kind of assumed it was early Jurassic. Huh.
The amniote egg unfolded without leaving a trace, because egg...
And Lenina says, why did that Dimetrodon have plinko pegs on the sail? Because that's not Dimetrodon, Lenina. That was Edaphosaurus right there that you saw. Yeah, Edaphosaurus is a different kind of pelycosaur. Yeah. And they are well known to have had those little prongs coming off the sides of the sail like that. Pretty neat stuff. Yeah. So Edaphosaurus. Well, Dimetrodon was a meat eater. Edaphosaurus seems to have been a plant eater. Oh, come on. Is this one not going to embiggen? It's such a good photo. Yeah, Edaphosaurus. Got much smaller, kind of peg-shaped teeth. Not a meat eater. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Edaphosaurus. Really, really neat. Neat critter. I actually think they're kind of more charismatic looking than Dimetrodon. Just personal opinion. You know? But, yeah, what a spectacular, bizarre animal. It's really bizarre and really neat. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Here we go.
Especially soft-shelled leathery eggs, like we'd expect to see in early ink the egg first appeared. So the initial 30% of the history of the amniote egg unfolded without leaving a trace. Because eggs, especially soft-shelled leathery eggs, like we'd expect to see in early amniotes, don't fossilize well. So without that proof, paleontologists have to rely on inferences based on closely related animals for which they do have hard evidence, a technique known as phylogenetic bracketing.
Well, we were talking about this earlier with the EPB, the extant phylogenetic bracket. Same idea here, phylogenetic bracketing.
Since reptiles, mammals, and birds are all amniotes, amniote eggs must have existed in their last common ancestor, the first true amniote. Fossils of the earliest unquestionable reptile, and therefore the earliest known amniote, come from Nova Scotia and are dated to around 310 million years ago. They're from a cute little creature called Hylonomus. So the egg must be older than that.
Which is not a lizard. This is long before the evolution of the first lizards. Just like Sheepdog was saying here. I love how all animals have the same body plan but morphed and stretched in different ways. Yeah. So lizards kind of inherited this body plan from this animal that is not a lizard. From this animal, you had, well, we might actually be descended from an animal that looks a lot like this. Mammals came from something that looked a lot like this. So pretty cool, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and I don't know about that's called the sail on a creature like a Dimetrodon or a Dilophosaurus. There's a general consensus it's either for display or for thermoregulation or maybe for both. But the details are pretty sketchy. We don't really know, Red Bulwark. Yeah. Anyway.
What we do know is that the tail of the egg diverged into two separate storylines around 315 million years ago, when amniotes split into two major groups. One was the sauropsids, which would include reptiles, dinosaurs, and birds. The other was the synapsids, the ancestors of mammals. And these two...
And so that's why that critter before, this little guy right here, is not a lizard. Lizards hadn't evolved yet. Reptiles did not exist yet. This is a pre-reptile, which is really neat. Yeah.
Two groups put their eggs in very different baskets. Sauropsids mostly kept laying eggs throughout their evolutionary...
Oh, and can't you get a better illustration than this? This is lousy. We've got a naked oviraptor here.
...history, although they'd end up laying different kinds of eggs. Some reptiles continued laying eggs like those of early amniotes, which were soft and leathery, like turtles still do today. But birds, and their predecessors, the dinosaurs, eventually started forming a different type of egg, one that had calcium in the shell.
Yep.
This made them much stronger and also more likely to fossilize, which is why we have those fossil eggs from the saurus. Now, the other group, the synapsids, took a much more complicated path. Like sauropsids, early synapsids probably laid primitive amniote eggs with flexible...
Is that Ophiachodon right there? Yeah, it kind of looks like a Dimetrodon without the sail, right?
...shells, but there's no fossil evidence of their eggs either. But we know that in just over 100 million years, the ancestors of mammals made huge strides. They went from scaly, lizard-like creatures
Ophiachodon, there you go.
To fully warm-blooded furry creatures with mammalian jaws and middle ear bones. And at some point, synapsids even evolved mammary glands when they were still laying eggs. At first, these glands possibly served as a source of water to help keep eggs hydrated. But later, they became a source of milk for feeding young after they hatched. Milk is something that all mammals do, even the ones that lay eggs. Enter the monotremes. This new group of synapsids branched off around
And yeah, that probably was... Well, actually, that one, Asharidel, Megaconus... This is probably from before the origin of dinosaurs. So this critter might even be like 3 or 4 feet long. I don't know. Somebody can look up how big is Megaconus. But it's certainly bigger than the mammals during the Mesozoic. Certainly, yeah.
Ones that lay eggs. Enter the monotremes. This new group of synapsids branched off around 186 million years ago during the early Jurassic period. This was the last group of synapsids to branch off that still laid eggs. And these ancient egg layers probably reproduced a lot like today's monotremes do. The mother platypus, for example, keeps her fertilized shelled eggs inside for a long time before she lays them. While they're inside, the embryos take in a lot of nutrients from the mother and are developed enough that they hatch in less than 2 weeks. And we think monotremes have been doing it more or less that way this whole time. But finally, around 160 million years ago, in the late Jurassic period, the ancestors of placental mammals and marsupials...
Oh, and no way it's 3 to 4 feet? Okay, shoot, it's a lot smaller than that. Thanks for looking that up, Ashardel and Clipper. Yeah. Freya,
These were the therians, like Juramaia, a toothy, shrew-like mammal known from China. Now, the steps that happen between having eggs and having actual pregnancies in our mammal ancestors are mysterious, because, you guessed it, there's not much fossil evidence. But, once again, researchers can turn to living mammals to try to figure out what happened. One piece of the puzzle could be changes in gene expression. Because the main membranes of an amniotic egg, known as the sac, the chorion, and the allantois, are all present in animals that give birth to live young. They're just used in different ways. Mammals...
So that's really, really important. I want to go back and emphasize this. The same structures that are there in an egg are also there in your mother's womb. It's basically like a repurposing of the same basic stuff, just used in a, it's the same stuff, just used in a different way, repurposed.
Still forming are all present in animals that give birth to live young. They're just used in different ways. Mammals still form an amniotic sac around their young, but the placenta, the organ that provides material to the embryo from the mother, is actually formed from the chorion and allantois membranes of the egg. So mutations may have changed how the pieces of the amniotic egg were used, leaving mammals with an entirely new reproductive strategy as a result. Another idea is that therians followed a path similar to the monotremes, where eggs were retained in the mother's body for longer and longer periods of time. And this also might have happened through changes in the expression of genes, in this case in the genes involved with egg retention or embryo development. Yet another piece of the puzzle could be unusual proteins called syncytins. These proteins help cell membranes fuse together, and their most important role in mammals is developing the placenta. What's interesting about syncytins is that they didn't evolve in mammals. They've been part of our genome since before therians were even a thing. Syncytins are actually what's...
Nola says you can see placenta on an egg. No, that's not what he means, Nolo, no. The placenta is like a specialized thing, but it's basically repurposed from different aspects of an egg. Shoot, let's go back a little bit. Yeah. Here we go. I think it's the chorion? Or no? What was it?
Egg, known as the sac, the chorion, and the allantois, are all present in animals that give birth to live young. They're
there you go.
used in different ways. Mammals still form an amniotic sac around their young, but the placenta, the organ that provides material to the embryo from the mother, is actually formed from the chorion and allantois membranes of the egg.
So there you go. It is the chorion and the allantois. Okay. So the placenta is basically like a modified version of what you see in a, you know, in an egg, like almost in a chicken egg, you know? Yeah.
So mutations may have changed how the pieces of the amniotic egg were used, leaving mammals with an entirely new reproductive strategy as a result.
So basically, like the chorion and the allantois, hope I'm saying those correctly. Those are like the primitive trait, or the less derived trait, I suppose. Mammals kind of took that and did something weird with it, and that became the placenta. Yeah.
Result. Another idea is that therians followed a path similar to the monotremes, where eggs were retained in the mother's body for longer and longer periods of time. And this also might have happened through changes in the expression of genes, in this case in the genes involved with egg retention or embryo development. Yet another piece of the puzzle could be unusual proteins called syncytins. These proteins help cell membranes fuse together, and their most important role in mammals is developing the placenta. What's interesting about syncytins is that...
And that it basically is. Yeah, you would say that's homologous to a tiny little placenta, Nola. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Good point. That's... Yeah. I like that. I guess I pushed back a little bit on that because I didn't want to confuse anybody and make them think, oh yeah, eggs definitely have a placenta inside. It's not called a placenta in an egg. A placenta is like, you know, that would be like calling a... Shoot, let me try and come up with a good analogy here. It would be calling a horse-drawn carriage. It would be like calling that a Ferrari, you know? It's like one of them is kind of newer, more modern. It's like taken in a weird direction, and it's like where it's like almost a new thing. That's like the placenta. Mammals took those parts of the egg and then they did something totally different with them. Yeah, in the same way that, like, yes, a horse-drawn carriage, it's got wheels and everything, you use it for transportation, but you wouldn't call that a Ferrari, even though the Ferrari kind of like evolved from that. Does that make sense? Does that analogy, is that tracking with anybody? I hope it is. But yeah. 1867 Mustang. Yeah, there you go, Claire.
They didn't evolve in mammals. They've been part of our genome since before therians were even a thing. Syncytins are actually what's left of an ancient form of glycoproteins, which make the outer shells or envelopes of some viruses.
And do marsupials use placentas? They don't, Lilith Elbow, they don't. That's why they're not placental mammals. Yeah. So the placenta is something that evolved in one group of mammals, and then we call that group placentals because of that, because it's so special.
But they're also found in modern mammals. So, researchers think that more than 190 million years ago, some retrovirus attacked one of our mammal ancestors and inserted bits of its genetic material into its host DNA that made that viral protein. And over time, that viral DNA was repurposed into new genes in mammals. So today's mammals, including you, still carry pieces of this ancient virus with them. But instead of connecting parts of a virus together, they're used to build a placenta. So it may be that a chance encounter with a virus kick-started the process that led to mammals no longer laying eggs. The evolution of the shelled egg was a milestone in animal evolution.
I did not know that.
First amniotes take over the land, and the sauropsids and the synapsids...
I wonder how well established this idea is. I mean, PBS Eons is generally pretty conservative with this kind of thing. Like, they're not going to be introducing really wild ideas or anything. It's like only after something's been in the literature for a good while, or if it's well accepted, do they actually feature it. So this is just one of those things. I'm sure if there are mammal people watching right now, they're going, oh yeah, Danny, how did you not know about this? You know, shoot, you know, placenta, that's totally a, you know, retrovirus derived tapomorphy. How do you not know this, Danny? But I work on dinosaurs. I don't read the literature on mammals. I'm behind the times on stuff like this, so I'm learning things here. This is interesting.
Put their own spin on the amniotic egg. Ones that we can see today in living birds, like the chicken.
Yeah,
and
true,
in
Murph.
monotremes, like the
Yeah.
platypus. So by digging into the genomes of these living amniotes, we can start to tell the story of how and when the egg came first.
Pretty neat. Pretty neat indeed. Yeah. And I think there was another little video here about the amniotic egg. Let's take a look at this. You know, going backwards from those placental mammals and back to oviparous creatures, ones that lay eggs. And Ted, yes, we get it.
Would you believe that walruses, rattlesnakes, and parakeets all once lived in the same house? Let's go back
What?
about 350 million years.
Was it William Buckland's house? Because he famously had a menagerie of different... I don't think he ever had a walrus, though. Anyway, I don't know where they're going with this, but... weird animation
Lived in
style.
the same house? Let's go back about 350 million years. Look around. Steamy swamps and rainforests of horsetails and ferns cover the region. Amphibians are the dominant land vertebrates. They range in size from newts to crocodiles, and all require water to do their egg laying. If they don't go to the water, their shell-less, jelly-like eggs will dry out. Because of this hazard, they spend most of their time living in or near fresh water.
And drinking out of bowling balls, you know, as amphibians are wont to do. What is this animation style? How do they think this would be helpful and not distracting?
Water. That is, until a breakthrough in evolution changes everything. The amniotic egg.
You like it, a shard doll? Okay. Yeah. And I know it's supposed to be a coconut. I was making a joke.
The
Goodness.
amniotic egg is shelled, waterproof, and can be laid on dry land. It is produced by the amniotes, a new group of animals named after their revolutionary egg. The first
This doesn't look... Oh, man. This is like... Why not... Is it the animators were just no good at their job? And so it's like, oh, the animals all have to look super goofy. Why don't just make them look like... You know, like a basilmos tetrapod, like Hylonomus or something like that. Why do you have to make it look like a frog mixed with a doodlebug or something? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Amniote is a tetrapod, a four-legged animal.
And why are its legs bending the wrong way?
Resembling a small lizard. While some amphibians can walk around on land and bury their eggs in wet soil or highly humid areas, nothing before the amniotes
I don't know. This
has
is
the
very
ability
distracting
lay
to
its
me.
eggs on completely dry land. Because of this evolved egg, the amniotes are the first animals with the ability to live a fully terrestrial life. But despite their move inland, the amniotes have not abandoned their pond-dwelling upbringing. In fact, the amniotic egg brings the pond with them by enclosing the aquatic environment within its shell. This is achieved by four main upgrades that are unique to amniotic eggs. Let's
I
take
mean, this is really well written. The animation is getting on my nerves a little bit.
a closer
Yeah.
look. The first development is the most obvious, the egg's protective shell. It's
Yep.
tough but flexible and has a leathery surface, still seen in some reptile eggs today. The shell protects
The first dinosaurs laid leathery eggshell, which is kind of that's the basal trait for dinosaur eggs, is for them to be kind of leathery. A lot of dinosaurs developed hard-shelled eggs, and those ones are much easier to fossilize. But yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit, if I remember.
the eggs from predators,
Yeah.
bacteria, damage, and drying out. But unlike the walls of a fish tank, the shell of the amniotic egg is porous, allowing oxygen to pass through so that the
Yep.
growing amniote inside doesn't suffocate.
It can breathe
The
through
next
there,
two
yeah.
developments are two separate membranes that work together like a pair of lungs. They
Yeah.
bring oxygen into the embryo while removing carbon dioxide. The first is the chorion, which is the protective layer that oxygen passes.
Did I pronounce it chorion before? Or did I say chorion? Chorion, I know it's pronounced that way. If I mispronounced it earlier, I apologize. I think it's because maybe the guy in the video mispronounced it too. A little... my throat feels like it's getting worse. Not at 100% today, everybody, so apologies.
Passes through after entering the shell's tiny pores. You may recognize the chorion as the thin skin you peel away on a hard-boiled egg. Think of this waterproof membrane as the in and outdoors of the egg. It's the entrance for oxygen and exit for carbon dioxide. The membrane working with the chorion is the allantois.
Oh, I appreciate you, Claire.
If the chorion is the doors, then the allantois
Do you think
is essentially
dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
But Mary Jane, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How you doing? It's good to have you here.
Lobby of the building.
Yeah.
It directs the oxygen and carbon dioxide while simultaneously storing unneeded waste from the embryo.
Welcome
The
to
chorion
Mary
and
Jane.
The allantois make sure the embryo.
Good to have you here. If anybody is just waltzing in, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs, I dig them up, I publish on them in the scientific literature. Now I talk about them 5 days a week here on Twitch. Thanks for being here. We're talking about dinosaur eggs today, and so we're kind of going over the basics of what are the constituent parts of an amniotic egg. Everybody was thinking about eggs for Easter. Now we're thinking about eggs in a scientific way, and we're talking about what makes dinosaur eggs special too. But first, some basics about what makes an egg and how this stuff works. Greetings from Portugal. Well, welcome to Paleontologizing. Greetings from California. It's good to have you here.
Has everything it needs and gets rid of anything it doesn't. The last and perhaps the most important development is the amnion, the membrane from which the egg is named. The amnion is also contained within the chorion and holds the fluid in which the embryo floats.
Pretty
because
cool.
it has left the watery world of the amphibians, the amnion is necessary for preventing the embryo from drying out. It is the transportable pond that allows the amniote to lay the egg on dry land.
That's pretty neat.
Its fluid also protects the embryo from any collisions or rough landings, like a shock absorber on your bike or car.
A lot is involved in eggs. Certainly, Amelia Bedelia. Yeah, for sure. The yolk does look pretty hilarious. Oh my goodness. You mean the embryo looks hilarious, Scout? Yeah, the yolk is the food for the embryo. But this thing with the googly eyes here is an embryo. Yeah.
Together, the shell and these four membranes create a safe, watery environment for the embryo to grow and develop. The new amniote offspring will continue the process of vertebrate evolution.
What is that even supposed to be?
As it explores new land.
We didn't come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
I'm sorry these look like monsters. I didn't do these animations. But welcome, Short Round. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Stick around.
From the water. They will spend the next 1,000,000 years splitting into two distinct groups, the synapsids and sauropsids.
Yeah.
Synapsida is the group of animals that contain mammals, while sauropsida is the group that contains reptiles, birds, and dinosaurs.
Yep.
These two amniotic groups...
They could have just said reptiles and dinosaurs, because birds are a kind of dinosaur. And dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. So they could have just said reptiles, but... yeah. Oh, and this brings us back to the beginning?
Collectively contain the walruses, rattlesnakes, and parakeets we know today. Like a family reunion with relatives of every shape and size coming together from different corners of the earth, these animals can all call one place home, the amniotic egg.
Okay. They brought it back together at the end there. I gotta say, that animation style, not my favorite. And the whole house analogy thing is a bit of a stretch, but you know what? They kind of pulled it off. So yeah. And yeah, show me the Cornotaurus, Morph. I want to see that. Yeah, give me a link. And Oh, and very cool, Short Round. Is your name a reference to Temple of Doom? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And fellow archaeologist sent your channel to me. That wouldn't be Melissa in Denial. What? Did she send Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna be on Melissa's channel on the 30th. And that was a nickname you picked up in Field School. Very nice, Short Round. Well, it's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and not an archaeologist, obviously. I don't have to tell you the difference between those, Short Round, but Melissa and I will be discussing the difference between a paleontologist and an archaeologist, and where our fields kind of overlap in interesting ways. But mostly how they differ. On her channel on the 30th. Let me pull up the schedule real quick, actually. Which you can access by typing in !schedule. Oh, and it was Indie Croftcom. Oh, okay, Short Round. Interesting. Okay. Cool. There you go. Guest appearance on Melissa in Denial's channel at noon Pacific time on the 30th. Here we are today, dinosaur eggs discussion for Easter. And then, yeah, tomorrow we're starting early, provided I'm feeling well enough to stream tomorrow. Let's hope that this sore throat doesn't develop into full-on cholera or something like that. I so rarely get sick that, like, I kind of forget what to do when it happens. And, anyway, yeah. But yeah. It'd be so rich if I had $1 for every time somebody asked me if I dug up dinosaurs. Yeah, or for every time that somebody says to me, "Oh, you study, you dig up dinosaurs? It must be so cool being an archaeologist." If I had $1 for every time that happened, I'd have my own museum, you know? Yeah. Oh, and Smorphosaurus has got a Cornotaurus for us. Look at that, Smorph. That is... That's pretty good stuff, Smorph. I like the horns on it. And it's eating some corn. And are the teeth candy corns? They look like they are. It has the juice. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Oh, corn. It has the juice. It's corn. They're kernels. Oh, got it, Smurf. Okay, nice. Very nice. Yeah. And amazing, says Spimpcat. Yeah. Let's get a shout out for Smorf real quick. Smorf, when's the next time you're streaming? Because you do dinosaur art live on stream, right? Yeah. But yeah. And corn is grass, says Mirror Space. Let's look up corn on the Tree of Life, too. And Jody Fish is commiserating with me. Yeah. That's usually me too, Jody Fish. Yeah. The sore throat started yesterday, so let's hope it's on its way out. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. And hit the Tylenol. I took some Dayquil already, Jody Fish. Hopefully that is, yeah. That'll do the trick. Grasses. Here we go. Yeah. And have I ever found any human remains while doing a dinosaur dig? No. I found lots of garbage left by humans out prospecting for dinosaurs. I found big 50 caliber like machine gun slugs, probably from a like a World War II, probably like a P-47 Thunderbolt. They had 50 cals on those. I found shell casings from 50 caliber machine guns as well. Lots of 30-06 rounds. I found metal traps that like trappers would try and use to catch animals. Lots of beer cans and garbage like that, but never found any human bones. No. Lots of different animals, recent animals: cows, bison, coyotes, deer, porcupines on occasion. But yeah, never any human remains. Yeah. Grasses. Here we are. Yeah. And I think let's see if maize pops up here. Corn. Yeah, there we go. It's part of this clade, I think. Shoot. Yeah, there we go. But I think Mayor Space is right, and corn is a type of grass, which we did not have during the time of the dinosaurs. Grasses had not evolved yet. There you go. Yeah. It's corn. So quite the distance from Carnotaurus, but it is a kind of grass, I think. Grasses. There we go. Pretty sure this is part of that clade, part of that group of organisms. Grasses. We can tell if it zooms out and then doesn't zoom back in a different area. If it just zooms out and stops, then we'll know that's the case. Man, is that a diverse group. Yep, there you go. It just stopped. It didn't zoom back in. It is one of the grasses, corn. Pretty interesting stuff. Yeah, pretty interesting indeed. And that reminds me, this popped up the other day, so let's talk about it too. A fossil fruit from California shows ancestors of coffee and potatoes survived the cataclysm that killed the dinosaurs. Which, this is not a great headline. Whoever wrote this is probably the press office at the university. They kind of botched this, to be honest. Because if anything is alive today, that means its ancestors survived the cataclysm that killed the dinosaurs. Shoot, even dinosaurs survived the cataclysm that killed the dinosaurs, because birds survived. So if there's any creature alive today, and that's just about everything, anything on this tree, if it's on this tree, that means its ancestors survived the cataclysm that killed the dinosaurs, except for birds. Like, every organism on the planet today is descended from ancestors that survived the asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous period. That's just how these things work. So, yeah, of course the ancestors of coffee and potatoes survived, because if they didn't, we wouldn't have coffee and potatoes. So that's a dumb headline. Sorry, but it is. But it's a cool discovery. Let's take a look at this. In Lawrence, Kansas, the discovery of an 80-million-year-old fossil plant pushes back the known origins of lamiids to the Cretaceous. See, they buried the lead. That is the exciting part. Or that should have been the headline, at least. I guess it's not burying the lead if it's there in the first sentence, but whatever. Extending the record of nearly 40,000 species of flowering plants, including modern-day staple crops like coffee, tomatoes, potatoes, and mint. Pretty cool. Yeah. Fossil plant named Paleophytocrine chicoensis. Is it from Chico, California? Very cool. We've got chatters from not too far from there. Yeah. This fossil tells us a really diverse group of flowering plants evolved prior to our original understanding, Atkinson said. Fossils belong to the group of lianas, which are woody vines that add structural complexity to rainforests. Lianas. Let's look them up on our Tree of Life and see if they show up. Liana, maybe. Water liana. Let's try this, maybe. Excuse me. Yeah. And Gimpleg, yep. Ancestors survived every mass extinction throughout history. Yep, or else they wouldn't be alive anymore. Very true, Gimpleg, very true. Yeah. That's just like one species. We're gonna have to zoom out really far. And if I know anything about the plant side of the tree over here and how it's organized, many of these are, there's like no common name for them. For each of these different clades, these different groups. Like this group right here. Yeah. Are these begonias? No. Bignonia, whatever. Let's get back to the article. Yeah. There'd been some hypotheses that these plants were around in the Cretaceous period, but no clear evidence. This is a great indicator that structurally complex, modern-type rainforests may have been around as early as 80 million years ago. Pretty cool. Yeah. That's at a time when forests are transitioning from being dominated by gymnosperms, by non-flowering plants. It's like tree ferns, cycads, benetalians, plants like that. Benetalians, I think, are now completely extinct. Oh, and conifers also are gymnosperms too. Conifers, pine, evergreen trees. It's being dominated by flowering plants. We know these ecological transitions occurred during the late Cretaceous, but we still need critical pieces of evidence like how certain ecosystems formed, such as rainforests, which today comprise over half of plant species that are alive today. This fossil shows that this diverse group of plants, the Lamiids, were older than previously thought, and Cretaceous ecosystems on the west coast of North America may have resembled structurally complex rainforests. Pretty cool. I was gonna say that, at least the title doesn't say, oh, dinosaurs may have eaten beans, or may have eaten coffee, or potatoes. At least it didn't say that, but it does still mention dinosaurs. As a dinosaur person, I see this and I go, oh yeah, yeah. But to a botanist or anybody who doesn't work on dinosaurs, they'd be like, well, why do you always have to include something about dinosaurs? Why has it always got to be about dinosaurs, you know? Everything's always all about dinosaurs with me, but, you know, I try and see things from the perspective of other researchers who would be, I don't know, maybe a little bit annoyed that everything is always about dinosaurs in the popular press. You know? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Jody Fish, I already had both of those before stream. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Raptor. Well, welcome, Raptor. How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, and Pipcat says, who created this Tree of Life and how exactly do they know where everything goes? So, with the Tree of Life here, there's going to be a few things that are... Here, let's go to, let's go to birds, for instance. We can find dinosaurs. There will be scientists who will disagree on, like, the placement of particular species and stuff. It's like, oh, I think this critter is actually more closely related to this critter, and not that critter. And we have disagreements about that, but for the most part, there's, like, general agreement about this stuff. Like, we know that today, birds and crocodilians are each other's closest living relatives. The closest cousins to birds are crocodiles, and vice versa. And that's because there's a piece missing in the middle, which is dinosaurs. This tree doesn't show non-avian dinosaurs because they're extinct. This only really shows living creatures. Otherwise, it would have to be so much bigger. But anyway, stuff like this is, you know, when we're talking about broad stuff, like who are birds closest to, there's general agreement about this. You could probably find one or two scientists nowadays who still don't think that, that birds evolved from dinosaurs. But shoot, they wouldn't disagree with this anyway, because they do think that birds evolved from some sort of crocodilian ancestor. So even that wouldn't change this. But if we're going to get into, say, I don't know, something like this. Like, yeah, like the dwarf cassowary versus the northern cassowary. Maybe these two are actually sister species, and the southern cassowary is different. Maybe there are scientists who think that, but this is mostly going to be based on, like, molecular evidence and some morphological evidence, too. So, like, DNA testing that's been done and then published in the scientific literature, you know, that gets widely disseminated. And, you know, if we were to look for, say, go to Wikipedia and look up dwarf cassowary. Yeah. It's the smallest of the 3 species of cassowary. What a handsome bird. Yeah, description. Let's see. Ecology, conservation. I don't know if they have anything here on, like, molecular evidence or phylogeny. Oh, here we go. Here's something, though. There are no officially recognized subspecies of dwarf cassowary, however, some authors believe there should be. There's always going to be differences of opinion on some of the details like this. Stuff that's not been studied enough where we've got, like, a firm idea of what is and is not the case for these critters. And so, like, yeah, some of the stuff, these might flip around. Like, maybe it turns out northern cassowary is more closely to the southern cassowary than it is to the dwarf cassowary or something. I don't know. But, like, this stuff all gets hashed out in the scientific literature. Different scientists studying these things run experiments, they publish on them, and then, like, a general consensus kind of starts to form. You see that reflected on Wikipedia and in places like this, too. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. But, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Back to our article here. Let's see. And this is pretty cool, actually. So this was not like a new discovery made in the field. It was a discovery made in the museum. Yeah. Spent several years looking for these things, Cretaceous lamiids, and I couldn't find them, Atkinson said. I'd been collecting and studying Cretaceous plants on the West Coast to better understand the evolution of flowering plants. Somebody said, oh, you should check out the Sierra College Museum of Natural History, which I would also recommend doing in Rocklin, California. They've got some neat exhibits there, neat little exhibits. Wasn't on my radar to contact them. They gladly gave me had me over to look at their fossil plant collection. I was just kind of blown away by the diversity of plants that these guys were able to dig up in this housing development. It wasn't until Atkinson saw several plants recovered decades earlier from a construction site that the specimen's potential significance was understood. As I was opening this drawer, and man, this is... I love this, because this is one of the most exciting parts of being a scientist, is making a discovery like this. And it's not always made like Roy Chapman Andrews out in the wilds of Mongolia, you know, shading your eyes from the sun as you peer across a distant horizon and look for glints of fossil bone. Sometimes you make discoveries just in a museum collections. That's what happened here. It says, I was opening this drawer, I noticed this fruit with really striking patterns on its surface, the KU researcher said. I immediately recognized it as belonging to this lamiid family called Echinaceae, which is well known in younger post-Cretaceous deposits after the mass extinction event. It's all over the place. But before, there are no clear known fossils that belong to this family. And I thought, oh my god, this is it. You know, this family of plants just have these really striking fruits. Yeah. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Here's the article right here. I know we don't talk nearly enough about fossil plants on this channel, so there's a bit of that. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. Yeah. And you met Joe Montana there. Oh, in Rockland. Cool, Clever. There is a neat little museum there. Let's see. It's kind of, sort of like UCMP. It is, let's see, we'll try this maybe? So these people are visiting the Sierra College Museum, Sierra College Natural History Museum. And, yeah. So they basically have a bunch of little exhibits that are in the hallways of this classroom building. So as you're walking from classroom to classroom, you can see all this cool stuff. Man, they really didn't videotape most of it, did they? Here, let's try this.
For the return of Dinosaur Day.
Dinosaur Day, that's right. It's back at Sierra College after a pandemic hiatus. Jordan is lucky. He's on campus with a special preview. Hey, Jordan.
Good morning, everybody. And yes, I walking in this place.
Don't. This better not be. Okay, I better not get copyright struck for this on YouTube.
All I can do is just look up and look around because there are so many interesting pieces. It's history right here, and it's all going to come to life in a few weeks right here at Sierra College Natural History Museum. It's going to happen on May 1st, and we're inviting the entire public to come out here, take a look at some of the rare pieces, and learn about the...
Wait, this isn't this year, is it? No, this was last year. But I guess, shoot, this might be happening again this year.
Prehistoric age. The Ice Age specifically will be featured at this year's Dinosaur Day event, which actually had a little hiatus because of the pandemic, but we're joined by the staff that has been working very hard putting it together. We've got Rachel, Casey, and... Tanaya. So tell us about this event. You guys had a little break because of COVID. We're opening the doors up here. What can we expect this year?
Well, 2020 would have been our 20th anniversary of Dinosaur Day and Science Fest. And it's known in our community. And so, yeah, we've taken a 2-year break, but we are back. The Ice Age has thawed, and we are going to have a great program. It's called Extinction, Rise of the Ice Age, and it's all things woolly mammoths and mastodons and saber-toothed tigers, or smilodons, as they're called.
What's a smilodon?
Smilodon is a saber-toothed cat. They were big robo-cats with the big, long front sabers, and you know, unfortunately, a lot of them also died and perished in the tar pits because, yeah, that's what we had here in California. We had a great Ice Age, a great Pleistocene where we...
Anyway, yeah. In the collections of this museum is where they found that really, really cool plant fossil. Kind of bringing back... kind of taking back the start date for that group of that important group of plants that I guess includes coffee and potatoes. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Man, I'm like sweating here. I'm gonna turn a fan on, and yeah, let's. What else did I have on the agenda? That. Here we go. So. And Books179, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Titled 2.5 Sick Days. Thank you, Lilith Hobo. We'll have to see. Yeah. I've already been streaming for 3 hours and 16 minutes. let me put on a little video right here for you. And I'm going to go see if I can take my temperature. Here. Take a look at this. Talking about dinosaur eggs.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Thank you, GG902. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Here, I'll be right back.
There are many other remarkable things in these astonishing time capsules. This one has got perfectly clearly the limb bones. Here is a skull. That's the orbit of the eye. There's the lower jaw. There's the snout. This one also has a skull, but on the tip of the snout you can see a little spike, which is like the egg tooth that a bird embryo has to help it crack itself out of a shell. And here is a replica of what the complete uncrushed shell must have looked like. With all these details, it's possible to imagine how a baby titanosaur entered the world.
Oh. And what is this right here, chat? Anybody know what that is supposed to be right there? Yeah, McMatt, egg tooth. Yes, indeed. Excuse me. You got it. Very nice. That's supposed to be the egg tooth. Excuse me. But yeah, and Lexomantis says, hi there, a friend I know likes dinosaurs, and he recommended me your channel. Well, welcome, Lexi Comante. It is great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Oh, and it was just mentioned in the video? Oh, shoot. I missed that part, Charlie's Dragon. Sorry. Again, not feeling 100% right now. Let's go back a titch. Just a scooch.
Uncrushed shell.
And then I'm going to replace the batteries in this and take my temperature on my forehead.
Must have looked like. With
Oh,
all these
well, it's working again.
details, it's possible to imagine how a baby titanosaur entered the world.
$97.1? That doesn't make any sense. $97 point... Useless. I'm not cold, Claire. I'm feeling hot. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. And Lexi is fine? Alright, Lexi, you got it. Thanks for being here. Yeah. So, sauropod dinosaurs like that are some of the ones that have the, you know, the most eggs known from them. But, let's see if I can find this. There we go. I wonder if we have anybody in the chat who is dyslexic. My old boss, Jack Horner. You may know him from the Jurassic Park movies. The Sam Neill's character from Jurassic Park is kind of modeled after Jack Horner, which becomes increasingly obvious when you read the novel Jurassic Park. But yeah, Jack is dyslexic. And this is a lecture or a talk that he gave at a thing called Dyslexic Advantage. And here, let me show you the very beginning, but let me first grab that timestamp there for when he starts talking about eggs. Here we go.
You know, usually I talk to children. Usually I talk to children, and of course, they know a lot more than everybody else in here. Right? You know that, right? About what I talk about. Okay. So
he's right, yeah.
Brock asked me to talk about something that I don't talk about. He asked me to talk about me, and I'm not, so just bear with me, okay? Because the whole point, I guess, is, I don't know how I got here, why I'm standing up here. I come from Montana, and I come from a town called Shelby, Montana, and here's a picture of it, and you can see this large thing that's in the picture here.
What is that?
Shelby, you can see.
Does anybody know what this is, by the way? What is this? Way out here in the middle of nowhere, Montana. Anybody have an idea what that might be? Not a doomsday device, Lilith. Oh, no, good guess, though. Cue Dr. Strangelove voice. It's not a satellite tracking dish, not a telescope. This is from like 1922, I think. 1921, maybe. Not a missile silo, not a dinosaur trap. Not a circus tent, but you're getting closer, Majat. Yeah, not a solar panel either. Murph knows. Murph knows. Do you remember this, Murph, or did you look it up, or were you here last time for this?
See this large thing that's in the picture here. Shelby, this was 1923. This was obviously before I was born, but I think the whole town was dyslexic.
Yeah.
This is a boxing stadium. This was where they held the World Heavyweight Boxing Championship in 1923 in a town of 500 in the middle of Montana. No kidding.
Crazy turn of events. Apparently the event was kind of a disaster. I don't even know if it actually happened, but shoot, I used to know the details of this back when I lived in Montana, but have since forgotten. You can look it up. Shelby, Montana, World Boxing Championship, 1920 something.
That's it.
Yeah.
So, well, as you can imagine, it didn't work very well, but I have circled there the building where the high school in the town, where 5 years after this picture was taken, my father graduated as a valedictorian.
Yeah. But anyway, so Jack goes on to say, I'll give you the links so that you can watch the thing in its entirety later. Golganek says, this is a great video. I finally watched the talk yesterday, and I'm even more impressed with him now. Cool, Golganek. Yeah. Yeah, Jack's a really interesting guy. And he's done some amazing, groundbreaking work in dinosaur paleontology. Yeah. He's about to say that his father, was a really smart guy, but always assumed that Jack was dumb because he couldn't read, he wasn't doing well in school, and, well, it's because he was dyslexic. And I think he'll talk about that. We're fast-forwarding a bit for the interest of, for the sake of time here. There we go.
2 years later, I was hired to work as a technician at Princeton University.
Yeah.
Now, a technician, I didn't have a degree, as you probably could tell. I had a high school diploma.
Jack barely got a high school diploma, too. His English teacher apparently let him pass with a D+ or something like that, or a D-. Because he's like, I don't want to see you in my class next year. So he passed him. And with that high school diploma, Jack was able to get that job at Princeton in New Jersey and start working on dinosaurs. Jack had been intensely interested in dinosaurs since he found his first dinosaur fossil in Montana at like age 8. He was kind of destined to become a paleontologist. If not destined, he was determined to become a paleontologist.
So anyway, I was hired by Princeton to clean fossils. And while I was there were signs around on the campus, and one of them said, "Would you rather go to a movie than read a book?" And some other weird questions, and I went and asked about it, and they told me that I was dyslexic. I assume everybody knows here it doesn't matter if somebody tells you that, right? I mean, you can't read any better.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I thanked them, and I went back to work.
Yeah.
So I started Princeton in 1975, and then in 1978, a friend of mine, Bob Makala, who's there in the picture, he and I found a nest of baby dinosaurs back in Montana when I was back there on vacation looking for stuff. And the baby dinosaurs, it was the first time people had actually seen evidence that dinosaurs cared for their young.
Mm-hmm.
And so a year later, I published my first scientific paper in the journal Nature.
Holy cow, and that would be a humongous deal today. I mean, it was a huge deal at the time, too, but, man, people are even more, because academia has kind of been squeezed on all sides, and it's become ever more competitive. People spend their whole careers trying to get a paper into the journal Nature, and Jack was able to do that with his very first ever published paper, 1979. Maiasaura, which is now the state fossil of Montana. Yeah.
We found a lot of stuff. We found the largest concentration of dinosaur bones in the world, estimated at 115,000 skeletons.
I'm going to take some more Dayquil real quick. I'll be right back.
But I was at Princeton, and at that time the museum in Montana, the Museum of the Rockies, where I work now, stopped by and said, you know, leave some, you're finding so many dinosaurs, leave some here for us. And I said, I'll tell you what, I'll leave them all here if you just hire me. Because Princeton's very nice, but I don't know. When you're born and raised in Montana, New Jersey doesn't cut it, I can tell you. So they did, they hired me, and in 1982 I went back to Montana as the curator of paleontology. And now I didn't have a degree, so I couldn't do anything. I mean, I couldn't, you know, I was the curator. I could actually curate fossils, basically put things away, but I was at a university where I really couldn't do much of anything else.
Yeah.
But a funny thing happened. We found, while we were working, we found the first dinosaur eggs in the Western Hemisphere.
Yep.
Now, and then, you know, we went on to find quite a few eggs. And
so many eggs. Hundreds of eggs.
I don't know. There's something about dinosaur eggs.
That's what we're talking about today. There is something about dinosaur eggs that just get people excited. Like Roy Chapman Andrews discovered when he came back from Mongolia in the 1920s. People go nuts over dinosaur eggs. They really do, to the point where there are products. Yeah. Shoot.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Wrong. How did all these links get mixed up? Hang on a minute. Let's see here. That's got to be it there. Yeah.
New dinosaur eggs in Quaker instant oatmeal. Just add hot water and watch them hatch.
The concept of dinosaur eggs are used to sell oatmeal to children. You know? I could create a supercut of all kinds of like different dinosaur egg products and stuff like that. People go nuts over the concept of dinosaur eggs. So yeah. Yeah. Omar Luna, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. Where were we? Shoot. There's the video. Yeah, so as Jack was saying, people go nuts over dinosaur eggs.
And I don't know, there's something about dinosaur eggs. Maybe you can explain.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Jonathan's.
Step 1, die.
Wow, a whole year. Hope you are doing well, friend.
Thank you, Jonathans. I really appreciate that. I really do. 14 months of Prime subs there. I appreciate you so much for that, Jonathans. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for the past 14 months. It's a long time. Thank you for your support. Holy cow. Yeah. But yeah, and do I have a cold? I got a sore throat from something, Pfizer, yeah. I don't have any orange juice, though. No, and I feel like orange juice would be really rough on my throat right now, so I don't want to drink that. Anyway. But I appreciate your concern, Pfizer. Yeah. Yeah. Wrong camera. There we go. How goes the Allosaurus, Majot? It's going right now. Shoot, I gotta tilt up the camera. Here. Yeah, printing part of the lower jaw currently. Part of the dentary. It's going. It's going. Yeah. Ah, excuse me. Again, that's this right here that we're printing. A full-size Allosaurus skull. It's going to be like a meter long, like over 3 feet long. Very excited. So, yeah. In fact, this piece was so big I had to divide it into 2 and print them side by side. But they'll be done in about 45 minutes. Yeah. And that is, I think, this bit of the lower jaw right here. Right there. So if that gives you a sense of scale, like from here to there. Or, here. Basically, this right here is what is printing. But that had to be cut in half like this. And the 2 pieces that you see right there are right here. Again, just to give you a sense of scale there. So yeah. Anyway, let's get back to Jack here.
Have a non-dyslexic conversation after this, all right? So, dinosaur eggs actually had been found in the 1800s.
In France.
And
yeah.
And so, dinosaur eggs had been found in the 1800s. They'd been found in France. They'd been found in, and then in the 1920s, they were found in Mongolia, and some were found in China. And I've started finding these eggs in the 1980s, and I was the first person to find a dinosaur embryo.
Yeah. Here. How do you think he was able to do that? Why was Jack the first to find a dinosaur embryo? When eggs had been discovered, over 100 years earlier. Dinosaur eggs.
A little skeleton of a dinosaur inside the egg. Now, here's our dyslexic question.
Glue is cheap.
Dinosaur eggs were found in the 1800s. First dinosaur embryo was found in 1983. What advantage did I have over everyone else in the world for all those years? I had a hammer.
Yeah.
That's all it was. I had a hammer.
Yep.
For all of those years, people had... Now, see, this is the problem with reading. Reading is really overrated if you think about it.
In some ways, yeah. He's not wrong.
People had convinced one another that they shouldn't break eggs open because eggs are precious. And so no one ever broke an egg open. A dinosaur egg. I even went to museums and I said, "Can I just break one of your eggs open?" And they said, "No, you can't break your eggs because they're precious." And I said, it's just like having a present that you never open because it's so pretty. Seriously, no one had ever found a dinosaur embryo. So I've gone back now now that people saw that I could break them open and glue is cheap, you can just glue them back together. If there's nothing that you can see in my picture there, it's the thing's actually held together with a rubber band. After you break it, you just rubber band it back together again. Anyway, that's so then, I don't know, I published my first book that year and of course sent it to my English teacher.
The same English teacher who said, I'm going to pass you because I don't want to see you in my class next year. Yeah. Yeah, that's great.
And then we've gone on and discovered an awful lot of dinosaurs in Montana.
Yeah. There's the egg part.
Glue is cheap.
Here is a link to that talk if you'd like to watch the whole thing. Golganek just did yesterday, I guess. And she recommends it, so yeah. Yeah. Anyway. That should be the title of Jack's autobiography. Could be. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. We had some questions up above. What were those? What's the best software to design my own prints? The software that I use, sculpting software, Oscar Jr.'s, is called Sculptress. I can show you. There we go. Here, let's open up. Here's my baryonyx sculpt that I did. Yeah. I think I have a command for this too. Exclamation mark sculpt. Yep, there it is. Thank you, Claire. Already, see, Claire, quick on the draw. Very nice. Yeah. Here, let's change the material so you can, or let's unmask this so you can actually see it better. Oh, it's chugging. But yeah, this is the free software that I use for when I sculpt dinosaurs like this. Yeah, and you can generate an OBJ file that you can slice with the slicing software and then 3D print. So yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. And do I collect dinosaur models as well, or only fossil replicas? I really don't have room for more dinosaur models. So it mostly is just fossil prints, you know? Ones that I can use as teaching aids. But, I do have a fair number of plastic models as well. Ones that are useful for... Oh, there goes one of them on the ground. But, yeah. Like this iguanodon here. If I'm talking about iguanodontian dinosaurs, like I was digging up last summer, then, it helps to have these, you know. And I'm actually going to be printing a Triarchonchus model to use as a teaching aid, and that's going to be replacing the Victorian iguanodon there on the shelf. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. Anyway, good sculpt to say it started from an egg shape. There you go, Nolo. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, back to the eggs. So Jack Horner was able to find the first dinosaur embryo in the world by breaking some eggs open. And new innovative technologies like hammers have been brought to bear on dinosaur eggs in the years since then. I've uncovered some pretty neat things. There is a talk right here, which I'll give you the link to. We're not really gonna go into... We're not gonna watch this whole thing, because it's... You know, this is not the sort of talk that was produced to be watched by somebody on Twitch and before an audience. But, this is Dr. Jasmina Wyman.
Are generally known for their rather sophisticated reproductive behaviors. They build
very complex nesting structures on the
So
ground.
she's looking at some modern dinosaurs here, and then the eggs of non-avian dinosaurs. And basically trying to determine, you know, what color eggshell did dinosaurs have? And did they have patterns on their eggshells and stuff like this? Really, really cool. So using things like microspectroscopy in order to figure this out. Looking at different bands of light. Raman spectroscopy? I've never even heard of this. Sounds delicious. Raman spectroscopy. Wow. Very cool. Here's some of her results here.
Sections of eggshells, and we trace the very characteristic mode of incorporation of pigment throughout the thickness. As you remember,
Yeah.
biliverdin is incorporated in a different way compared to protoporphyrin that sits only at the very top of the eggshell. What we found here is that all of our fossil eggshells produced evidence for protoporphyrin speckling in one way or the other. And then once we started to look at the
And again, I apologize for the closed captions being so borked right now. That's like a YouTube problem. I need to try and figure this out. But that might just be something that YouTube needs to update. I can try and change the font color here. No, not quality. Subtitles. Options. Font color. Video override. On. Yellow, green, cyan, blue. That doesn't help. Cyan is actually better than the gray. Or white. It's about the same. Black doesn't work. White. Anyway, I don't know why it's like that. Apologies. I think, yeah.
To look at the vertical sections of our eggshells, we realized that information matched up quite well and complemented information on the protoporphyrin speckling on top of the eggshell with background coloration based on biliverdin. We also realized that...
Anyway, very, very cool talk. So this is pretty neat. Egg color.
Color most probably had a single evolutionary origin in eomaniraptoran dinosaurs, coinciding with the evolution of open nesting habits, at least based on the current sample set. However, we published these results and instantly got a very good question from a Belgian team that basically pointed out the method that you're using, it's obviously a new approach to the whole topic. Does Raman spectroscopy really tell you whether there was egg color, visibly perceivable egg color, or are you just detecting eggshell pigmentation that would not necessarily cause a visual egg color impression? And so
anyway, really, really cool stuff here. So this is some really excellent science, and it was actually made an appearance in National Geographic. Yeah.
Now that survived into the
there we go.
Dinosaurs. And might in fact be a reason, one of the main reasons.
Very cool stuff.
The only lineage of modern dinosaurs that survived into the present.
So it's also got implications for the survival of modern birds, which is pretty neat too. Yeah. Here is that article from November of 2020, National Geographic. Super long-term viewers. People from the very beginning might remember me covering this back in late 2020. It was actually October 2020, I think, that we were covering this. But I actually made the cover, which is really, really neat. Yeah, how they hatched. And look at this beautiful centerfold right there. Holy cow. This is a dromaeosaurid, like the velociraptor from Jurassic Park, Deinonychus. There's a little baby right here, too. Just like a baby bird of prey, you know? Yeah. Ooh la la indeed, engineered. And look at those beautiful green-blue eggs. Very nice. Yeah. Excuse me. How they hatch colored eggs. Very appropriate for a post-Easter discussion, right? Yeah. Yeah. So looking at this here, Deinonychus egg. Pretty neat. When struck with a laser, Eumenopteran eggshells revealed 2 chemicals that help determine color and speckling in modern bird eggs. And so that's Oviraptorosaurs and the rest of the Maniraptorans like that. Yeah. So we think that Mongolian troodontids and Deinonychus would have had kind of bluish-greenish eggs like this. Kind of similar to, like, that of an emu, which is pretty neat. Yeah. So bird eggs, such as these from tinamous, get their colors from pigments including protoporphyrin, and biliverdin. Some fossil dinosaur eggs preserve these 2 compounds, hinting at their hues, which is pretty neat stuff. Yeah. And there is... Oh, very cool. Yeah, fossil bird egg from Nebraska. Yeah, how dinosaurs grew. But yeah, neat stuff. We're mostly focusing on this today. Now, why do different colored eggshells evolve in the first place, though? When people think of eggs, they think of, you know, white chicken eggs, probably. Or maybe brown chicken eggs, too. But eggs can be lots and lots of different colors. And why do those colors evolve? A lot of it has to do with camouflage, but, let's see. Let's take a look at this right here. Yeah.
Much like birds themselves, bird eggs come in a wide range of colors and patterns. And some of those make sense, like brown or mottled eggs because, you know, camouflage. But some birds lay bright blue eggs, which just seems weird. I mean, they aren't being laid in blue nests or in a bed of blue flowers or anything. There simply isn't an obvious explanation for that color. But biologists have given this a lot of thought over the years, and thanks to some clever experiments, we're finally starting to understand why birds might benefit from conspicuously colored eggs. There are hundreds of bird species that lay blue to blue-green eggs. They get those hues thanks to a pigment called...
Now we think that Deinonychus did the same thing. So why in the world would that evolve? Why do that? Strange.
Biliverdin that's deposited.
And yep, that was that same compound that was just mentioned there. And are these natural colored eggs there, Claire Burr? They seem like they could be, yeah. That's pretty neat. Yeah.
Into the eggshell while the egg is developing. But while we understand how they become blue, exactly why has proven a bit tougher to pin down. Ornithologists are still debating a few main hypotheses. Some think the eggs are a signal of mate quality, and specifically the quality of the female who laid them. That tracks logically, since studies have found that females who lay biliverdin-rich eggshells are in better shape. So bluer eggs may indicate a higher quality partner, one who's worth investing in. And field experiments support this. For instance, when researchers swapped around pied flycatcher eggs, they found that males delivered more food if their mates were incubating bluer eggs.
Interesting. That's also like a really good way to select for bluer eggs. Really interesting. So it's like if the female bird produces bluer eggs, that probably means that she's getting fed better, she's healthier. And so he's like, oh man, this is going to be a winning batch here. Better work really hard and bring her some more food, I guess.
Studies on gray catbirds and American robins have found that males provide more care to chicks from colorful clutches, all of which seem to support the idea that egg color may signal a worthy investment.
Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, but that might not be the whole answer there. Because blue like this, I think also, you know, contrary to what you might immediately think, blue like this can also camouflage kind of okay in shade, I think I remember. And I'll see you next time, Ashara. Thanks for being here. Yeah.
But there is an alternative explanation. Some evidence suggests that the extra effort is actually an attempt to protect the eggs, an idea cheekily described as the blackmail hypothesis. Essentially, it's easier to see brighter eggs, so nests that contain them are at a higher risk of being targeted by predators and parasites whenever the female has to leave, like to go catch food. And that might put pressure on males to pull a little more weight around the nest, thereby reducing the overall time the eggs are left alone.
Interesting. So basically she's going, hey, basically the female in this case is going, hey, you know, that's some beautiful blue eggs that I just laid there, you know. Be a real shame if something were to happen to them. If a predator were to come down and eat our eggs, you know, that'd be really bad. It's a shame they're so beautiful and blue. You better go sit on those eggs. An offer you can't refuse. There you go, Clever. Yeah. It's an interesting idea. Here, let's go back and hear his explanation of this again. The blackmail hypothesis, you know? It's a nice clutch you got there. It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
As the blackmail hypothesis. Essentially, it's easier to see brighter eggs, so nests that contain them are at a higher risk of being targeted by predators and parasites whenever the female has to leave, like to go catch food. And that might put pressure on males to pull a little more weight around the nest, thereby reducing the overall time the eggs are left alone. The thing is, not all studies agree that dad birds put more effort in when eggs are bluer. So some have proposed that blueness has little to nothing to do with males and everything to do with the sun. This hypothesis posits that the color provides protection from damaging UV radiation that can penetrate through the eggshell. While some birds lay eggs in cavities like old dead trees, many nests are in more open areas, and the eggs in such nests may be exposed to intense sun whenever a parent isn't sitting on them. So, in those cases, extra blue pigment in the shell could help filter out some of the high-energy light, kind of like sunscreen. And that seemed to be the case in one study on village weaver birds. But there was a catch. More intense blueness also increased the infrared radiation the eggs absorbed, so the eggs got warmer. That would suggest the need to strike a balance. Not too much blue, but not too little, depending on the nest's location and lighting. And we're still trying to determine all the variables at play when it comes to blue eggs. Studies have suggested other potential benefits, like that biliverdin itself may actually strengthen shells. So while signaling female quality, blackmailing males, and sunscreen are the big ideas floating around, there seems to be a number of surprising upsides to blue eggs, which ultimately helps explain why so many species have evolved cerulean shells. Thanks for asking, and thanks for watching SciShow. If you enjoyed learning
pretty interesting stuff. So, I wonder if, because this video came out, when was this? 2 years ago. I wonder if there's been some sort of a consensus that's emerged, but 2 years is not that long ago. It probably is still a contentious issue. We're not really sure yet why certain dinosaur eggs are blue, be they those of an American robin or an American Deinonychus. Interesting. Clear as eggshell. There you go, Andy. Yeah. Here's a link to that video right there. Interesting stuff indeed. And holy cow, Miggity Marty. Thank you, Marty. Thank you for those 5 gift subs.
Miggity Marty is getting
really
serious
appreciate
with
that.
those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Miggity Marty, for your support. That is wonderful. And look, 28 out of 50. We're now more than halfway to our sub goal. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Or maybe not. Nope. Yeah. What would they do? Excuse me. That hurt. My throat. What would they do if you replaced their eggs with bright red ones? No, I don't know. I don't know if they would abandon the nest. I don't know if they would just sit on them like nothing happened. There are certain birds that will lay their eggs in other birds' nests. It's called nest parasitism. And sometimes the egg might be significantly larger and like a completely different color from the bird's other eggs. And they'll just sit on them just the same and take care of them. So I don't know. Yeah. And thank you, Miggity Marty. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Brood parasite. There you go, Clever. Yes, indeed. Wikipedia article on that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Majat says, weren't you planning on doing a fundraising stream for the generator? I'm hoping to. I did. I have started trying to test the Starlink right now. Because the thing is, I'll need, if I'm going to be doing fieldwork streams this summer, if I'm going to be streaming from out in the Badlands of Wyoming and Utah digging up dinosaurs, then I need some way to get internet out there. I have a Starlink dish and everything. Starlink is like satellite internet. And so I'm trying to test that to make sure that it works. And if it works, then I can do a fundraiser, I can buy a generator with the money from that, hopefully, and then we can have fieldwork streams this summer. But 2 days ago, I set up the Starlink, and it's like, oh, your software is very old and out of date. You need to set this out here for 48 hours and let the software update. It's been, like 60 hours so far? And it was Saturday morning, actually, that I set it up, I think. Yeah, and, nothing yet. So either it's... I don't know what's going on. But I've never been able to get the thing to work. And Starlink basically... I've never had a successful customer service interaction with them either. So we'll see what happens. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Real Men Gribby, I know, right? Yeah. Would you do live? That's the idea, Freya, yeah. Yeah, that's my plan. If the technology cooperates. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Anyway. If I don't get any indication that it's working by tomorrow morning, or no, more likely Wednesday morning, because I'm going to be super busy tomorrow. Oh boy. Then I'll have to try and get in contact with customer support. And it usually takes them like at least several days, if not several weeks, to get back to you. And then sometimes they just copy and paste all the text from the frequently asked questions page and not actually address your query at all, which is what happened to me last time. So we'll see what happens. I really want to like Starlink, but they're making it so difficult right now. Oh yeah. Yeah. HughesNet. Yeah, so I can have dial-up speed internet, Majat. It's not gonna work for streaming. But yeah. Yeah. And Gojira. Yeah. Yeah. We actually saw a string of Starlink satellites. It was really eerie. It was probably around 10 or 11 p.m. sometime in like early August 2022. I was out in the field with Jim Kirkland and Don DeBlue and Ethan Cowgill, and just this weird string of lights just slowly moving across the sky. And it really is just a string, like all in a line, just moving at a good clip across the sky like that. It was really eerie. And Jim got really mad. He's like, what makes them think they have the right to put that up there? Which I can understand that. And it's definitely not been good for astronomy. No. So yeah. Yeah. They mess up with astronomical observations, don't they? Yeah, they certainly don't help. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. They got your money. What more do you want from them? Well, that's the thing, Jody Fish, is I didn't update my debit card. I let the debit card expire so they couldn't charge it anymore. This is after I repeatedly asked them to cancel. Anyway. Yeah, so they're not getting my money right now. And they won't unless they can resolve this for me. Yeah. And Oscar Jr. says, do you admire the Milky Way and the starry nights from the field? Of course, Oscar Jr.'s, yeah. It's incredible. Yeah. Being out there, you know, dozens of miles from the nearest source of any man-made light, is, that's pretty awesome. Just the darkest skies. You can see the whole Milky Way. It's, oh man, it's amazing. It really is. So yeah. They described the Starlink satellite. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Think you want to bring a telescope? I don't have space for a telescope, but I've got a spotting scope. You really don't even need a telescope out there. It's just... I guess if you wanted to look at a planet or something. But still, you can just, you know, lie on the ground and look up at the stars, and it's just... It's rapturous. It's amazing. Oh, yeah. I could upload your raw VODs while you're in the field if you'd like. That might be a great idea, Claire Burr. We should talk about that. Thank you for suggesting that, Claire. I like that idea. Yeah. Yeah. There will be a delighted scavenger. Oh, yeah, Golganek. Yeah. A brood parasite killed all 3 of the mother's brood. Yeah, it happens. I wonder what the brood parasite bird was. It's probably a cuckoo or something. Yeah. And there you go, Lenina. Yeah, see, Lenina gets it. Absolutely. It's really something else when you can really see the stars. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Yeah. You generally have the Milky Way from the back. Very nice, Gojira. See, I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. All kinds of light pollution here. But, man, I usually get at least a couple months out of every year when I'm out in the field, and it's just... It's Star City outside at night. Just amazing. Yeah. And Spartan says, do we have it? That's not how it works, Spartan, no. Yeah. The last time I don't know. I had my phone hooked up to it, and it says, oh yeah, we just need another 48 hours for it to update the software. And then, you know, I could see the dish moving around, so it's definitely like trying to track the satellites. But, yeah, trust me, I'm doing everything that I've been instructed to do, and it's just not working so far. But yeah. Anyway, do I stay in tents when I'm? Yes, absolutely, Freya. This summer, I'm gonna be leaving for the field at the beginning of June, or maybe even the end of May, and then staying out there until maybe the end of mid-August. Maybe early September, I don't know. I might be out there for a solid 3 months. Yeah. June, July, August, maybe longer than 3 months this year. So yeah. And yeah, Clipper, I did get myself a new tent. I finally got myself a new tent. Yeah, I can show you. This is the tent that I got myself for this next year. I figure if I'm gonna be living out of this thing for 2 or 3 months out of the year for the foreseeable future, like upcoming years, I scrimped and saved to be able to buy this thing, and I'm really excited about it. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, this is very similar to the tents that Jim and Don have. And, yeah, a good wall tent like this is, it's really something. Yeah. Pretty excited about it. Yeah, home away from home, exactly, Golganek. If this is basically going to be like my apartment for 2 or 3 months out of the year for the next who knows how many years. I might as well get myself a decent one. So I'm pretty excited about this. I really am. Yeah, but I didn't know Kmart nylon camping tent. No, Claire Bear, definitely not. No. Yeah, the tent that I had before this was let's see. Was this U.S. Marines 2-man combat tent, which is, you know, it's really resistant to wind. So, you know, back when I had when I really was a starving scientist, my grandpa actually bought me this tent, which was really, really awesome. And it lasted me a good 6 or 7 years out in the field before the UV really started to get to it. But other people on the crew, their tents got destroyed by rain and hail and wind especially. My tent stood up to all of that, and it was great, but it's just too small for me to be living out of it for, you know, 2 or 3 months out of the year. And streaming from inside it, forget it, you know? I've actually got a little desk so that I can do, like, you know, a stream from my laptop in the tent if it's raining outside or something like that. So I'm looking forward to this. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah. And Lenina, thank you. Thank you for gifting Irish John Games. Irish John, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Irish John, how is the game that you're working on? How's that going? Irish John Games is making a video game, which is pretty exciting. So yeah. Yeah. And Gojira, yeah, shoot. Those old canvas tents are, yeah, holy cow. Are they heavy? Yeah, modern materials really cut down on them. Yeah, and game is going great. Yeah, it's called Rise of Piracy, right, Irish John Games? Really neat. Yeah. And, yeah. Yeah. And will the new tent stand up to winds? Do other researchers have the same tent? It's the same style, guest. Yeah. Yeah. Also, welcome, guest. I don't think I've seen you. You just followed today, right? Thank you for that. Yeah. Here, I can find you a picture of Jim's tent from last summer. Let's see here. August. Yeah. Here's our, here's camp right here. There's the garages so that we can make dinner and stuff, even if it's raining outside. We can seek shelter under this, as long as there's no lightning, in which case we have to go sit in the vehicles. Yeah, there's Don DeBlue cutting up some t-shirts because we ran out of burlap for our field jackets. Don DeBlue is the assistant state paleontologist for the state of Utah. And this is Jim's tent right there. Yeah. Spring bar tent. Just like this. So my tent is the same. It's got the same, we would call it a body plan in evolutionary biology. It's the same underlying concept. It's not the same make or model, but it's the same kind of tent. Yeah, this is... There we go. Yeah. Where you've got the supporting pole like this, and then this is basically a spring bar that goes across, and it's kind of holds everything under tension. Oh yeah. Yeah. And how do they power out in the field? So we usually just don't have electricity out in the field, Evan, but if I'm going to be streaming and setting up satellite internet, which I'm testing right now, cross your fingers that it starts working, or that Starlink customer support gets back to me. But I'm going to have to get a generator. So once I figure out that the satellite dish will work, then I can feel comfortable doing a fundraiser, some fundraising streams, so that we can get ourselves a generator so I can stream from the field this summer. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, we did have, I think for the first time ever, we had a solar panel last summer. And so we could charge phones and stuff with that. But yeah, you know, usually it's just, if you want to run the vehicles for a little while and use an inverter, you could charge your phone or charge a computer, stuff like that. But yeah, usually it's just, you know, we're sleeping in tents at night, no electricity. You know, we got the sun during the day. Yeah. Who needs lights when you got the sun? And then, you know, we're cooking on a propane stove, and we were really lucky to actually have a propane-powered refrigerator and freezer last summer, which is luxurious. Because I've been in the field before where there's no electricity, no running water, no refrigerator, no freezer. You're eating dry food and you're camping over a fire that you build out of sticks and stuff like that. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Those were the days, says Raptor. I mean, there's something to be said for that. But it's also really nice to be able to, like, do a live stream so that I can bring, you know, field paleontology to all of you. So I'm really excited at that idea, and, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. And very nice, Retro Roadshow. Very nice. Well, shoot. I've been streaming now for 4 hours and 10 minutes. I'm feeling a little under the weather. I better go rest up, I think. Hopefully this sore throat doesn't herald me developing cholera or malaria or something like that. I hope to be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. California time. I'm actually going to be watching a friend's talk on Torvosaurus. He's doing some new research on that big Jurassic megalosaurid dinosaur. So I've got to end early tomorrow, so we'll be starting probably about an hour early, 1 p.m. tomorrow. But let's run some credits here real quick, and we'll wrap this thing up. Don't go away, though, just yet, everybody. Because we are going to go raid into somebody else doing some science. So, yeah, thank you, Freya. I appreciate that. Yeah. Let's see. Who else is on right now? You know what? Let's go say hello to Science Streams. Go right into Balint. There you go. Good stuff. Everybody, thank you to everybody's names, to all the names flashing by on screen in the credits there. Thank you for your support, for your following, for your gifting, for your cheering, for your moderating, for your viewing and your question asking and everything else. I appreciate all of that more than you know. Oh, and I just heard the 3D printer. Yeah, just completed. Very nice. And thank you, Spartan, for those 300 bits. Thank you, Spartan. I really appreciate you. Let's go right into Science Streams here. He's looking at some fossils in some amber. Some fossilized arthropods, or preserved arthropods in 30-million-year-old amber. So let's take a look at that, everybody. You take care. I'll see you tomorrow, an hour early. Let's hope. Cross your fingers I get better. All right. Bye-bye.
It's very easy. Big game, I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules, big game. I just enforce them.
Raiders! Raiders! Professor Danny and Dudes are Raiders!